reaches the end of it all. Round and round until we crawl. This is the inferno, the Boca Brawl. Your lies are balloons, they pop in my face. I'll stop on the floor, leave no empty space. A carnival riot, no room for disgrace. Buttons clicking, hearts are ticking. Fists are flying, skies are splitting. Dance with the chaos, spin till you fall. A furnace screeches the end of it all. Round and round until we crawl. This is the inferno, the Boca Brawl. The tuba's a demon, the snare drum's a beast. The accordion of fury will never be ceased. This is a battle of musical faith. The polka goes harder than hell's unleashed. Brawl
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Part 11. Part 11. We got to test out those redesigned thrusters today. How's everybody doing? Hopefully we get less curveballs today. That would be nice. Hopefully we get less curveballs today. All right. That being said, I won't waste anybody's time here. Let's get the game fired up. Is that a baseball reference? Yes. I have a random Flight 11 question. Why did it appear that the ship really didn't hover at landing? What do you mean? I think it kind of stayed over the water for a second and then they shut the engines off. I think it was trying to mimic a tower catch. It hovered. It did, Jay Cook. It just didn't kind of appear to. Like when the thing flips and you see the huge cloud of steam kind of envelop the thing, it's hovering there. And then they just plopped it into the water. It didn't hover as long as the booster. Okay, so... Dude, that... what the booster did sitting there hovering for 10 seconds was a stress test. They were trying to break it. The more and more, like, we kind of think about the Block 2 era of Starship as a whole, the more I think they're... It's like I said, a lot of the problems that they seem to have fixed, like a lot of the things that they're addressing are coming around in Block 3, and they just used whatever hardware they had left, Block 2, just to do crazy freaking experiments, like test cross-range capability, or just poke holes in the TPS. Yeah, they did a lot of... They abused the snot out of the remaining hardware, but they did that on purpose. Yeah, the booster going from 13 to 5 to 3 into a hover, that is no joke, man. That's really... It's not KSP, dude. That really stresses the heck out of all the plumbing. Think about the fluid transfer, Jay Cook, right? Like, you have 13 engines, so you're going from moving all that propellant down to 13. You shut off 8 of them, like, instantly, and you basically shock load the entire booster. The whole booster stops. Dude, do you remember when we were getting back into KSP like a month and a half ago? The Prometheus booster, when I lit all the engines at the same time, it just blows up? That. somehow I got Kerbal to mimic what happens when you light a high thrust engine, like like not in sequence. It'll blow up. The way fluid commodities move through this plumbing is the fluid actually carries momentum. So think of it like a freight train. All right, this phenomenon is called hydraulic hammering. So okay, picture a freight train going down train tracks, right? And the train's going, let's say it's going 100 kph. It's going 62 miles an hour. That's a lot for, let's say the train's 2,000 tons. That is an insane amount of energy. That's an insane amount of kinetic energy, right? And what happens if there's a gigantic concrete block that is enough so that it's enough mass for the train to not like plow through it? Say it's enough to, if the train hits it, it's going to stop. What happens? All those freight cars are going to keep coming, right? The engine might hit it and the engine might stop, but the freight cars are still got kinetic energy, even though the front of the train is stopped. It is going to hammer the whole thing the whole freight train will derail and compress, and terrible stuff happens from there, right? You get a nice freight train sandwich. Same exact thing happens with fluids going through pipes. They have momentum, and shutting them off instantly like that shocks the entire systems. It sends ripples right back up the pipes. That's why a lot, like on Flight 7, for instance, they had, we all know that there was harmonic resonance in the plumbing lines. They were shaking around, and people are like, well, why don't they just secure them? Well, you can't. Because you have to have that energy go somewhere when you shut engines off, because you have to have a little bit of play in your entire plumbing system. That's why there's flexi joints on rocket engines, and there's flexi joints going through tanks and stuff. You see what's called a bellowed pipe. It looks kind of like a rigatoni, I guess. Pasta. I'm totally not hungry, right? So you have those bellows, and you need to be able to account for, the hydraulic hammering that happens and the reverberations that go up the plumbing when you shut motors off. So think about that next time. Think about going, the booster's coming in probably, I don't know, let's say like 200 to 300 miles an hour, right? It's still going pretty fast despite, the drag, slowing most of it down, right? You go from nothing to 13 engines on in sequence, right? Shut off 8, then shut off 2, and then hover the damn thing. Think about what that does to the entire plumbing system. That's what they're really screwing around with. That's what they're trying to break. And the funny thing is that on Flight 9, that's exactly what happened. Super Heavy was coming in at such a crazy angle, right? They sent a shock up the thing, and the force of gravity pushing down on it and drag pulling this way, plus the force of the engines pushing on it at an angle, broke the entire thing. It just couldn't take the forces going sideways, because you think about it, gravity's going this way, Super Heavy's going that way, the engines are pushing this way, drag is pulling you this way, right? The forces going down coupled with the forces going this way is going to put a force that's kind of averaged between the deceleration of the motors and the acceleration of gravity, right? So it's going to be somewhere in between. It basically bends the entire booster and blew it to smithereens. That's what SpaceX was talking about with angles of attack and how they got to be careful. Because if the thing is flying too horizontally, you go to start the engines, it's going to crack the whole booster like an egg. Because you're sending shocks up the lines. I mean, that's one of the things. But the cracking like an egg is more structural. Not necessarily the hydraulic hammering, but that does have something to do with it. These valves are, and that's why everybody in the spaceflight industry says valves are tricky. How do you get it to stop a freight train worth of propellant instantly? Now think about all that when you saw what they did with that Super Heavy booster. It is freaking impressive. And then they got it to just sit there and hover. Pretty cool, huh? I have a feeling that's what happened in New Glenn. Yeah. Yeah, that New Glenn went to light its engines, and Blue said engine bleed controls and fluid management. They had cavitation in the pipes. They had cavitation in the pipes, or they had a leak. Because hammering when they, maybe hammering when you start the engine or stop an engine, or maybe when during main engine cutoff, they shut it right and they had a leak and they went to light the engine again, the whole thing blows up. You got to remember, like, I mean, we get kind of spoiled with this Starship footage, right? And it's kind of cool to see somebody like iteratively prototyping stuff. And, Ship 38 made it through re-entry. But guys, that fire that we were, I didn't get to discuss it on Space News yesterday because we didn't do a Space News yesterday because I had to bug out. It was kind of an emergency. We'll discuss it more today. Guys, I'm pretty confident that the fuel tanks were leaking. I'm pretty sure they had heat introduced into Starship's metal frame, the stainless, and the stainless warped enough to have a leak. I'm pretty sure it was leaking. Like, a couple of days hindsight to just kind of think about this stuff. Fires coming out the top, out of the tiles where it really shouldn't. And then there's another vent, a LOX vent just down at the bottom, just happened to be where they blanked 4 tiles. Remember, the back of this thing gets extremely freaking hot because that's where, at the very back of Starship, like right around the engines, right? You're going to get, I don't know if it's called this, but hypersonic flow separation back there. That puts a lot of heat into the back of the vehicle. Yeah, a lot of heat. There's a reason why the shuttle, for instance, had the body flap. The shuttle has the body flap. Dream Chaser, if that ever does something, has body flaps on the top and on the bottom. The X-37 has a body flap behind it too. That's to just make sure it works kind of like a diffuser on a car, just to get the plasma out and away from the damn back of the vehicle. It's pretty interesting stuff, dudes. But yeah, like, think of, guys, Super Heavy's plumbing looks like a freaking octopus. It is, Super Heavy's plumbing looks like a damn octopus. I'm frankly amazed that it doesn't blow up more than it does. Like, they caught it on the first try. It's, how did that thing not explode? Like, I don't know. It's wild. Let me see if I can pump in a search here. Hold on. So somewhere floating around on the internet is a picture of, one of the Super Heavy aft segments that that SpaceX got back. Here's a picture from Jack. Hold on. Yeah, that doesn't show it nearly as well. Yeah, that's not exactly what I'm looking for. It's a good picture from Jack, though. Thank you for taking your question. Well, of course. I saw a lot of people on X saying that the thermal protection system in Ship didn't hold up as well on this flight, saying they're very skeptical that this can be rapidly reused. What? Bro, what? Why would someone say that? Very skeptical that it can be reused? Buddy, they punched like a bunch of holes in it. Do you guys know how many tiles they had missing? There was like 100+ tiles missing from the design. Like, they just didn't put 100 tiles on it. Hang on, I'll show you. Give me one moment. Let me find one of SpaceX's pictures of the ship. All right, this one will work. Fellas. People saying, oh, well, I'm super skeptical that this isn't going to make it. Dude, it's there. SpaceX wasn't even removing like single tiles. They were removing tiles in clusters of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. That's 21 clusters of 4. That's 80, 84. 84 tiles. Then there's 2 there. So 86. 2 more right there. 88. There's a cluster of 4 over there that I missed. That's 92, 93, 94, 95. Nice. 96, 97. Dude, what do they mean it can't be reused? It's missing parts. Oh, 98, 99, 2 right there. Guys, these are clusters of 4, and I know that doesn't look like much. You know that's a gap about this big, right? Like, they're octagonal tiles, fellas. And I don't have a real intact tile, but this is the size, guys. So think about this. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're talking about a meter. These are like almost a meter wide gap in the tiles. The octagonal tiles, they're this big. Here's for some scale. This is it next to an Xbox controller. I'm not trying to be a jerk, and I don't know who said that. I don't know who said, well, I'm very skeptical of dude, it's missing tiles. Like, if the space shuttle was missing 100 tiles, you would die. You would die. There's no, oh, maybe it'll make it through like this. You die. That's it. Game over. A hole about this big took out Columbia. Maybe the size of a basketball. Every single one of those holes is bigger than the hole that got STS-107. Think about this for a second. "84 square meters of tileless area." Oh, and booster plumbing. Thank you, Noctilox. Dude, I think they're fine. And I'm saying that as a shuttle connoisseur. I think they're fine. Dude, the thing was missing 100 tiles and it was fine. Well, not fine. Fine. Let me put it to you like this. If you had a seat strapped in, right, and you could handle the G-forces, you would have survived. The only thing that would have gotten you is when the thing tipped over and hit the water. Look at that thing. Remember? So, J Cook, hydraulic hammering. Look at that. How does that not hydraulic hammer? Think about it. All the screens, these are the pickup screens, so ice doesn't accumulate on the valves. Look, and here's your header tank for firing the inner 13 engines. Look at all the baffling there. Once again, think freight train, dude. Every single one of these lines makes a fire hose look like a garden hose in terms of pressure and flow rate. The fire hose, you know, the thing that like 4 firemen need to hold, because if they don't hold it, the water pressure will, if you pointed a fire hose down and you had it by yourself, it's generating enough thrust to have you take off the ground. Dude, those things, the flow rate on those lines make a fire hose look like a little sprinkler. Think about that when they stop all the motors. It's nuts what they did to that booster. It's dude, it is a triumph of material science that thing just doesn't blow up. Thank you for the insight. I can't remember who said this with comparison to other re-entries. I guess in general, well, once again, fellas, and this picture's coming from Gazer. Love that guy. Gazer's good, man. He's good. I like that dude. For us Yanks, 100 square meters is over 1,000, yeah, about 1,000 square feet. Yeah, exactly, man. This is, dude, people are saying like, oh, it's more damaged than Ship 37. Well, yeah, it's missing more tiles, dude. Dude, guys, you got to remember, this thing made it through peak heating and they started flying it around on a extremely steep re-entry. Hello. On an extremely steep re-entry trajectory. And then, you know, it was able to come down and do this. Yeah, baby. The fact that this thing is intact is absurd. It's a testament to the stainless steel construction. That was a really good idea. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a leak right there, fellas. I'm pretty sure that's leaking. There is plumbing there. There's plumbing there. There's a vacuum raptor right behind this. But see how I'm talking about? Like down here, look at how much the aft segment. Look at how much the aft segment. So the engine shroud, the whole back of Starship, look at how hot that thing got down there. That thing is absolutely cooked. You're seeing extreme discoloration here. Like, you see how you can't see the tiles? Like, if you look at this stuff over here, the tiles are nice and clearly defined. You can see them. This is fine. That side of the thermal protection system, perfect. Look at the tiles down here. SpaceX is going to have to do something about that. Because that down here, that's not because you punched out tiles. That's because it gets really freaking hot back there. But look at the continuity of the TPS on this is the port side of the vehicle, right? They didn't remove as many tiles on the port side. Look, it's fine. All this, good to go. TPSs get a little bit scorched. It happens. Not from this stuff. This is from the tile experiments. The orange discoloration, the orange-red discoloration right here, that's from the metal. Because they blanked these spots in the tiles. That's from metal ablation. Turns out that stainless steel ablating at hypersonic speeds rusts. Really, it oxidizes. It's very strange. But we learned that from Ship 37. Another interesting thing here is that the rust, the iron oxide that happens here, you can see the flow path of plasma over this thing. Check it out, dudes. It separates right there. You see it? It kind of stops because that's where the plasma is separating from the vehicle. The plasma is staying really close and then your shock gets further away. The coolest part I think about that is that you could see the shock separate and then it picks up on the outside of the wing right there. See how the port aft flap is discolored? Because the rust came out here, skipped this whole part, and then blasted itself off of the wing. Pretty cool, huh? Was that not a known fact before Starship? I have no idea, to be honest with you. I'm pretty sure they learned that from STS-27, and that wasn't on purpose. Once again, it is very, 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 very difficult to test thermal protection systems, guys, especially as a contiguous unit. There's no way to test for that on the ground. You got to send it. That's as close as they got to testing it on the shuttle. Not a lot of people know STS-27, we almost lost Atlantis in the early 90s. It was close. That is about as many tiles as you can lose on the shuttle before stuff starts to get really bad. We got something really cool via American Airlines. Unveiled special flagship livery ahead of its centennial year. Oh, nice, dude. That's cool. The only thing that saved Ship 27 is that STS-27 is that I think it's right here. There is a steel plate that holds a component. Now in that area, it would be your fuel cells. There's a steel plate that holds the different components here, and the steel plate ablated instead of the aluminum. That's what saved 27. STS-27 almost Columbia'd itself. It was close. Hoot Gibson commanded this mission. If you don't know who this dude is, look at that mustache. It tells you everything you need to know. Okay, the bad melon farmer. You know, they imaged the shuttle after takeoff, right? And then on the shuttle's closed circuit system, they sent the pictures up. The shuttle had a closed circuit, like encrypted thing for military missions. It had a, I don't know what the component is called. It's right here. It's on the flight deck, starboard aft part of the flight deck. It is, it's for encryption and stuff. They sent the pictures encrypted back to him, and he looked at the pictures and he said, "Nah, we're dead. All right, cool, sweet, we're dead. We're gonna die. Yep, we're screwed." But they made it through. This was not imaged by the ISS element. The ISS didn't exist. This is public knowledge. Keep in mind, this is from the late 1980s. We have satellites that can peep on other satellites, and they used one of those satellites to peep on the shuttle's thermal protection system. It's actually like right there you can read it on the Wikipedia article, but yeah, see? They knew about this from the shuttle program. Check it out. See, there's your steel ablation right there. The shuttle could deal with 1 to 2. You could lose a couple of tiles. I mean, STS-27 proved it. But then again, the other thing about the shuttle's thermal protection system is that not every tile is exactly the same. The shuttle has 30,000 plus tiles, HRSI tiles on it. Every single one of them did. Challenger actually had the least amount with 28,000, if I'm remembering right. Because of the shuttle's shape, you're going to get different heating on different parts of the vehicle. And in some areas, they're going to need to... In some areas, they change the tile thickness. So the tiles are thinner in some areas and thicker in other areas. That's the difference between HRSI and LRSI tiles, is the thickness. So LRSI is the white tiles, dudes. Shuttles do have white tiles. They eventually got rid of them and replaced them with Nomex because they realized they didn't really need them. So like if you look at pictures of the shuttles from the 80s, they have a lot more white tiles on them. Comparatively, like Discovery, Atlantis, Endeavor, towards the end of the program, they just have black tiles and Nomex. But tile thickness is absolutely a thing. On the bottom of the shuttle, you're dealing with the thickest parts. You might be able to lose 1 or 2 there, but you see, fellas, tiles are so damn tricky, dude. You need... SpaceX is figuring this out. You need gaps. This is the tricky part about these damn things. You need gaps between the tiles. Now, you can't butt them up against each other. Why? Why do you need a gap? Well, the tile can absorb an insane amount of heat, but it still is going to go through a little bit of thermal expansion. The idea is that when you're flying through re-entry, the tiles actually expand just a little bit. It's not a big gap, but it is a gap nonetheless. If you don't get the gap right, well, SpaceX has seen the fruits of that labor. But yeah, SpaceX is filling the gaps with with fire blankets. I mean, the crunch wrap thing. They're filling the gaps with a thermal protection system that is it's like a cloth, right? So that takes into account for the thermal expansion. It just squishes the cloth, which is fine. Which is why back on this picture over here, you know, if we look at this picture of Ship 38, you see a lot of white there. That's the wrap tile. I mean, the shuttle tiles did do something like that to an extent, but yeah, the tiles are just, you got to butt them up against each other. The tiles did have glue adhesive, and the idea is that the glue heats up a little bit and it allows the tiles to just butt up against each other. Think like Spartan phalanx, if we want to talk, you know, antiquity siege warfare, I guess. Same idea. Like a Roman phalanx. Yeah? No? No? All right, cool. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, but oxidation does happen. That plate right there is what saved it. Anyway, there's your quick fun. All right, we got to work on our capsule. So which tile is Leonidas, the nose cone? Why does the shuttle have so many more tiles compared to Starship? The shuttle tiles are about this big, Trey. They're maybe the size of a baseball. They're not very big. SpaceX's tiles are much bigger. That's why there's less. The hinge of the aft flap looks blank. Looks like blank stainless steel on that pic you just showed. Yeah, 38 definitely got put through the ringer, dude. Absolutely. Wouldn't the shape of the vehicle determine the size of the tile you need in certain areas? Yes. Exactly, Ben. Yes, correct. Yeah. The shuttle, because of its shape, the wings, so it's very interesting. The front, the nose of the shuttle needs really thick tiles. And then as you get more towards like a midship on the underside of the thing, they get thinner. And then towards the back, they get thicker again. Not by much, dude. We're talking like a 2-inch tile versus like an 1.5 inch tile. Like, it's not that big of a difference. Like, the trained eye you wouldn't be able to know. But the crazy part is that out on the wings, like if you're picturing the shuttle's delta wings, the outside edge of like the outside under gets really, really, really nasty because here, I'll just show the picture. It's much easier. Shuttle research pictures. It's this picture. So the shuttle's nose pushes the plasma out of the way, but see this little guy right here? That little guy? The reason why the shuttle's wing leading edges needed a reinforced carbon, the reason why it needed that is because the nose could only push the plasma out and away so far. And the plasma shock, right, that wake actually goes over parts of the wings during certain parts of reentry. And the reason why the wing leading edge on the shuttle, like it starts at the strakes and goes all the way back to the ends of the wings, is because that plasma wake, the plasma wake angle changes it with speed. It starts really, really, like it starts towards the strake and then it moves out further and further. And you can see that interaction right here. Yeah. So like, because of this, dude, the outside under edges of the wing, like back here, gets superbly hot, along with the control surfaces too, because the control surfaces are obviously moving into the shock so the shuttle can maneuver at hypersonic speeds. Because your tail really isn't doing anything during hypersonic speed. It's really not doing much. It's in the way. You see, but your Elevon control surfaces, they would deploy them and use them as a speed brake to get the shuttle to yaw. It's pretty smart, dude. Really, really cool stuff. So maybe the similar shape of Starship means they can get away with bigger tiles. They can make the tiles thinner and bigger because it's stainless steel, dude. I'm 100% sure of this. The hull of the vehicle can tank way more heat than the aluminum frame of the shuttle. But we can talk more about that during Space News. It's Kerbal time, dudes. Let's go. Whiskey, 91-month resub. All right, so I'm working on dialing in my crew capsule pod here. We've made some pretty good changes to it. I did redo a little bit of the thrusters. That too, but I mostly mean for the shape needed to go around the curve. Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. So, all right. Okay, so we worked on our thruster block system last night. And I redid my thrusters. We took the capsule for a spin yesterday and did rescue some Kerbals. We rescued 2 Kerbals, got paid. Basically pushed the entire cost of the test, which is really good. Yeah, good stuff. I'm actually, yeah, I'm pretty happy with this, man. It's pretty good. I'm just thinking about if there's anything else. I didn't leave myself any notes here for this capsule, but the capsule did perform really well during re-entry and stuff. But yeah, the thruster system I was not happy with. Is this music in a playlist somewhere? Yeah. Yeah, there you go. All right, so we have 3 Kerbals up there that we need to rescue. And yeah, I think we should be good. Let's put the new... Let's put the new one on here. We're gonna need to redo the fairing a little bit. Octo 3 crewed launch vehicle. Okay, cool. We overwrote the file. So this is my launch vehicle that I'm using for this. Hey, visualize. Modernized shuttle with a standard tile set for every shuttle made would be a great program. The shuttle, if the commercial low Earth orbit market expands like how we think it's going to expand, a shuttle could be very potent. A very potent vehicle for something like that. Yeah, it could be really good. But who knows? That is a very, very wide scope vehicle, guys. So, long story short, it's over designed for application. Right now, the commercial low Earth orbit market is really it's really good for capsules, maybe. Like, yeah, that's about it. Anyway. I'll talk more about that in a moment. Just doesn't want to close. Hold on. I'm not sure if making the shuttle out of stainless would be the right move. The shuttle was already very, very heavy for something that size. If you guys like look at the ascent profile of the shuttle, you guys know how like Ariane 5 and Ariane 6, they launch and then, you know, you have the core stage, right? And then they separate at the upper stage, and the upper stage kind of falls a little bit, and it has enough, you know, it has enough TWR and delta V just circularize eventually, but if it was just, if the TWR was just a little bit worse, it would never make it. Shuttles like that, it barely gets into Leo. Barely. But then again, that's what it was designed to do. That was the whole point. It doesn't need to go further. Three nuclear thermal engines on the back of a shuttle instead of RS-25 and use 5-segment SRBs. Not enough Delta V. Or not enough TWR, dude. What is preventing us from closing this dang fairing? Is Starship weighted for what it will be with life support? Equipment, living space, regarding its current flight characteristics? No. Bearing Bueller's day off. What's up, Nubius? Oh, an NSF thread about the tile damage. Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude, it's not great, man. Yeah, it was pretty bad. I'll make a ruler, dude. We'll just do this way. Making the ruler ensures the precision. So when I get this fairing to close, we will take this thing for a little spin. Thanks. I hate it. But you know what? It'll work. You have to rotate the solars out of the way or else it won't let you make the stupid thing. Oh, that looks so stupid, but whatever. It's gonna work. What is TWR? Dumb question. Rust to weight ratio. I hate it. I hate it so much. Well, doesn't matter. I gotta redo it anyway. I attached it to the wrong thing, dudes. That's probably why it wasn't working. I don't attach to motors. I attach to bulkheads. You don't. Motors are not. Rocket engines are not structural. And I make sure my Kerbal vehicles reflect this. I like doing more work. My name's EJ. Hi. I like doing more work than what's necessary. Hi, chat. I'm more work than necessary. I'm Devilor. That's funny. I'm very much not satisfied with that at all. It's still AI music, yeah. What's up, Brad? Did you see the damage to the aft flap hinge? What do you think caused that? I don't know, dude. I'm gonna try doing the ruler trick on the bottom. You like the salami look? Yeah, okay. Change the flight number. Okay. No Kerbals on board. We're going to rescue 3 and bring them back. Hey, Vin. I checked my TWR on this and I noticed it was different than last time. The service module wasn't full. That would have ended very, very well. That would have ended great. Hey, RT, what's up? Monoprop tanks are locked out. All these thrusters are disabled. I will manually enable them. I'd prefer to do it manually. I know we have action group sets and stuff, but I want something with the UI to give us a visual cue. All right, let's do this. Good. Our first launch of the day. I did not check staging. Yeah, didn't check staging. We'll mess with it now. Okay. Ignition, separation. That's right. Upper stage ignition. It's good. That goes over here. Okay. Those are the chutes for the first stage. If we can switch back to it in time. Upper stage ignition. That's capsule separation. That goes up here. And then the service propulsion system goes up there. So we need launch escape system jettison and then shroud jettison right there. And then separation, SPS ignition, and then the parachutes. All right, we're good. Question, how much flurbos do I have? 441,000. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. All right, liftoff the Octo 3. Testing the redesigned thruster block for the crew capsule. Okay, got a good pitch over it, good roll program. Was launch escape system jettison fixed? Yes. Looking good. Supersonic. Past max Q. Stand by for main engine cutoff. We have Miko. Good upper stage ignition. Okay, next step is escape system jettison here. That was staged correctly. And it decoupled correctly. What the heck was that about? Sepratron TWR wasn't enough. Alright, here we're gonna do this way. Ready? Vehicle flip program is complete. Shroud jettison. Shroud jettison is good. Yeah, I think I switched it to just a single Sepatron instead of firing the entire launch escape system. It wasn't enough TWR. The TWR on the double Sepatrons with the whole thing was less than the TWR on the stage. Yeah. That was a tweak that I did. That was me. That was me, guys. Don't worry about that. First stage is at 50. Okay, we're circular. Switch back to the first stage. Lights. Camera. Re-entry. Let's see, is she gonna slow down? It's gonna be close. We could really go with those drogues. Come on. Oh my goodness. 3,000. Drug inflation. Oh, baby. Come on. That was, it cuts it a little close. I'm pretty sure the G-forces endured there would have just ripped the entire inner stage off the top of the vehicle, but, you know. It's fine. Can you open the drugs sooner? I could. Thing comes down real nice. Boing. Well, hey, that's we got the stage that time, which is good. But the second stage needs a disposal burn now because I circularized it so we could have time. Got 20 G's back from getting that recovered, which is pretty cool. All right. Nothing wrong with a little swimming. It's fine. Yeah, alright. Yeah, it's fine. Couldn't get the Joe mission? Those are the 3 capsules we need. That one I already got somebody out of. We gotta rescue him, Pigeon. Stand by for capsule separation. We got capsule separation on time. Good. Gonna dispose of the first stage. Antars. Okay. Activate the SPS. (108 by 98) is good enough. Now, stage. We will dispose of and deorbit. Good. That's fine. We don't need that no more. Okay. Extend the solar panels. Let's check out the capsule here. Yeah, you know, we're extending the solar panels just in time for it to be nighttime. Lovely. All right, so the first test that I'm going to do here with the capsule is make sure that the embedded thrusters are working, because the ones that are in the capsule were having problems interacting with the fairings. These should be just fine. And yes, I manually enable everything. I fat finger the keyboard a lot, so I don't want to action group them, dudes. Let's see, that's not the right tank. Okay. Monoprop systems are pressurized. Let's see. Yep. We have good operability from the capsule side thrusters. Good. Let's enable the rest then. Okay. Just going around the horn. Like I said, I don't want to fat finger an action group by accident and screw something up, so I'd prefer to just go around the horn manually. Okay. Let's check for operability here. Pitch control. Yeah. Oh. I do not want the vernier thrusters enabled, nor do I want them enabled for nor do I want them enabled for anything but 4x or aft, so this is all no good. We have to, that's a closeout thing, so we're gonna have to go back and mess with the craft file to make sure that that's right. It's just the two left-right thrusters weren't working correctly. Good. Okay. That's really good. Yeah, nice. Good. Real good. All right. So, the next thing I'm going to do, the next thing we're going to do here is test out our translation controls. So, it's hard for you guys to see this, but there's rate controls in here. Or there's rate indicators here. What the rate indicators do, basically show you the rate at which you're rotating for pitch, heading, and roll. So for yaw, pitch, roll. So, theoretically, if we want our translation thrusters to work correctly, when we translate up, for instance, there should be a minimal, if we're going up and down, there should be a minimal amount of pitch rate induced on the vehicle. So, we do that. Okay. Okay, there's a little. Our forward thrusters are a little bit more powerful. Forward thrusters are a little bit more powerful. If we translate down, it's going to tilt the nose of the capsule down. And if we translate up, it gives us a slight translation up. This can be fixed by messing with these, the mid thrusters here. So let's set those to 55. And the limiter moves over symmetry, which is fantastic. So let's try it again. Make sure we zeroed it out. See, you don't want the capsule to tilt like this when you're going to dock, for instance. All right, I'm gonna set the forward block to 100. I want to see what that does. That seems to be good. So let's set that to 75, and we'll set the back array to 75, and we'll see what it does now. Oh yeah. Dialed. Really good. All right, cool. So set the rates for these to 75, and as the SPS drains fuel, we could shut off the back array, as we discussed. When my service module drains fuel, the center of mass moves forward. That's why I have 2 sets of these back here. We shut these sets off as this moves forward, and it'll balance out our thrust. Hey Jax, 9-month resub, thank you. Flavio, you're making some homemade pizza. Do you want some? Yes. Oh yeah. And simultaneously, yaw, pitch, and roll. If we're just yawing, our heading rate should change, but pitch and roll should not. That's working perfectly. Now, pitch rate, let's zero out our rates. Yep, pitch rate does not affect heading and roll. Perfect. Excellent. Very good. Now, yaw. Oh, hold on. I gotta zero it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yaw is only affecting the yaw rate. Perfect. Perfect. Now we're cooking with hydrazine. Wait. Hey, Matt's 2-month member as a flight controller. Thank you. And then Solar had a 63-month resub. But do you guys understand what all this means? Rates. When you translate, you should not have rates get induced on the vehicle. These are rotation. They're what's called rotation rates. You've probably heard, you know, if you've watched us cover a mission, oh, rates look good, body and roll rates look good. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about rates of rotation or rates of translation. That is measured with the onboard accelerometers, or what's called inertial measuring units. They measure the rate at which you're rotating, or the rate at which you're accelerating or decelerating, and oftentimes the direction of said acceleration and deceleration. Bolek, 13-month resub. By making sure that I don't rotate when I go to translate, that'll make the capsule easier to fly. It makes it nice and simple. This should be a really easy capsule to dock to things now. My old thruster blocks, right, the one that we put on before, well, less parts, was inducing all kinds of roll and yaw rates when I tried to translate the thing around. It was no good. That coupled with the fact that our forward thrusters weren't working right. But everything should be good here. Now, as we coast up to AP, what we will do now is I'll check my forward translation thrusters. This is the fine control translation thrusters. Now, interesting thing to note here. Look, 0.5 pitch rate. See 0.05? I don't know if you guys can see it right there. My forward translation thrusters for fine control are putting a rotation rate on the vehicle. Anybody know why? Why would they be rotating the vehicle? Weight distribution. We have an offset center of mass on the capsule. My translation thrusters are not lined up with the center of mass. So these side thrusters need to be shifted down a little bit because my forward translation is causing the vehicle to rotate. Because if you look, guys, my engine, see the engine? It's offset. And see my back thruster? It's offset from the center line to take into account the differential center of mass. I did not do that on my translation thrusters. We're going to need to fix that for the next flight. No problem, though. It's minimal rotation. It's not that bad. Oh yeah, this thing's a beaut. Chat, what is your thoughts on the... I don't know what that means, Solar. You could adjust individual thrust to compensate. Yeah, yes we could. But it's a minimal rate, dude. I'd just prefer to make the hardware change. Other than that, dude, she's flying excellent. Flies great, man. Really good. Hey, Tori, you're going to hit the book. See you all later. All right. Okay, so now what we're going to do is I'm going to enable my big boy thrusters. You know what I might do, guys? I think I'm going to put light, like 3 lights on the back of this thing. Maybe not 3. I don't know. I think I'll put 3 lights on here. One for just the RCS in general to show that the RCS thrusters are armed. The second one will be for fine control translation. And the third one will be for our orbital maneuvering and control thrusters, the OMACs. These big thrusters in the back. I think if we bind the lights to an AG set, right? I think we should be good. Because the problem here is, look, I still have the abort controller stuff bound up here. I don't like that. And I will fat finger the stupid keyboard at some point. It's a sphere that landed in Buga, Columbia, has engravings and internal structure. People are saying it's alien. Do these people that say it's alien understand what a CNC machine is? Two sets of thrusters in the back, J-Speed. Shut off these back thrusters for translation control when we're low on propellant. Dude, that actually reminds me. The other day I was at a birthday party for one of my buddies, right? And there was another dude there, and he was having a good time. And he was like, EJ, I don't think we went to the moon. And I was like, what? He's like, I know you're the space guy. I don't think we went to the moon. And I'm like, you see that on Joe Rogan or what? And he's like, yeah, I did. I don't think we did. And I'm like, okay. What's the preferred type of fuel to land on the moon? And the guy was like, what? I'm like, what's the fuel? They landed on the moon in the 60s. What fuel did they use? Fuel, fuel. You need a rocket. You need fuel to make the rocket go. The guy was like, jet fuel. I'm like, nope. Nope. Buddy, you don't even know what fuel they used. Your opinion means nothing. Go away. And that conversation ended. It was great. Just go right for the jugular, man. These people that say this sphere thing is alien, right? Do you know how CNC machine works? No, you don't. You know what G-code is? No, you don't. What about a 5-axis mill? No, it's aliens, though. N204 and Aerozine 50, for what it's worth. Basically, what we use in service propulsion systems in Dragon, in Starliner, in the shuttle. It's a hydrazine-based hypergolic fuel. If you don't even know that, like that's just pick something, right? Like, just pick something. What kind of memory did the AGC use? You don't even know about the flight computers that landed people on the moon? You don't know that? All right, let's test out our OMAC thrusters. It was pretty funny, actually. But the guy was hammered, so he's probably just screwing with me. Oh, yeah. Good. All right, I just wanted to circularize up here for the most part. We're in 107. We're 107 by 110. We good. Cool. We can shut off the OMAC thrusters. They were working fine. I gotta be careful about using those things, guys. They suck up a lot of fuel. I'd prefer these finer translation thrusters for... Yeah, no, it's spoiled. The guy was hammered, so it's all right. But I just picked something, like something simple, like, you know, the guy was like, "Oh, jet fuel." I'm like, no. Like, if you don't know that, you know, like, you're not. I don't think you're in any place to have an opinion about how we got there. Just personal opinion. All right. Let's get us nice and circular. It'll be easier. We're 109 by 107, so just reorient the capsule, reactivate my translation thrusters, the fine control translation. You'd also lower the thruster power to conserve fuel, especially if you have thrust to spare. So, Van, yeah, of course you could. I prefer to have fine control thrusters and course control thrusters. The reason why I like doing that, dude, is because that's what the real capsules do. That's what the real stuff does. And I like the plausible realism, dude. That makes me happy. Hi there, this looks like a fun game. Yeah, it's great, dude. Kerbal is one of my favorite games. I'm just testing out my spaceship that we just built. Testing out its thruster systems. Thruster systems are working great, actually. Really good. Really able to dial this thing in. Being able to be precise with your thrusters here and get to precise orbits it makes it easier to be able to dock this thing. Look at that. 107.51 by 107.44. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's a nice orbit. Can you do docking with it as well, with the space shuttle? So, Formula Fan, Kerbal Space Program is a game where you design and build spaceships. Yeah, so the game doesn't come with a space shuttle, but you could make one. Right now, I don't really have enough money to build something like the shuttle. The shuttle is a very, very, very expensive piece of equipment. But I have made space shuttles in other saves. I'm doing a career mode saving game where you have to make money. You have to make money by launching satellites and rescuing Kerbals, etc., etc. Rescuing people from orbit. That's why I built the capsule, to rescue people. And then eventually to go further, like maybe go out to the moon or something. But the cool thing about this game is that you got to build the spacecraft, and then you've got to make sure that the spacecraft is, like, you got to build it, and then, if you want to go to the moon, you got to figure out how to go to the moon. The game has what's called Keplerian orbital mechanics. It will basically teach you how spacecraft fly in space, at least a very basic understanding of it, which is pretty cool, man. It's pretty fun if you like rockets. Like, the way you move around in space in this game is very realistic comparatively to, like, Star Wars or something, or even like Star Citizen or Space Engineers or whatever. Yeah, you really need to know what you're doing. Right now, I'm testing out the capsule, and I'm going to use it to rescue some Kerbals here. Bart Bro is the first one up, so yeah, it's good, man. And what were you saying there? I need the same thing for your RP-1 interplanetary probes. Can't do a proper course correction with normal RCS. I need a super weak thruster. Yeah, so Van, what they usually do on real spacecraft is they have clusters of thrusters. I know. So they'll have like 3 of them in line, right? And then if you want to do fine control, you pulse all 3. Or if you want to do course control, you pulse all 3. If you want to do fine control, you just use like the one in the center. Pulse that. Sometimes you have different sizes of thrusters, like the space shuttle. The space shuttle had its RCS, and they have clusters of RCS thrusters on the front and on the back, right? But the space shuttle also had small vernier thrusters, like these. There were smaller thrusters on it for when the shuttle was going to dock, because you don't want to outgas next to the space station, and like the solar panels on the station, for instance. You shoot your big thrusters into that. The solar panels work like a sail, and it can bend the whole space station. Yeah. Or you could tear a solar panel. So the shuttle had very, very fine control thrusters that were pointed towards the bottom of the vehicle, and some towards the top, like very, 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 very fine control. So you could move forward and back to a docking port, and without like outgassing and hosing down the station with burnt hydrazine. All right, set Bart Bro's capsule as a target. What's the orbit? 72 by 86. Yuck. So if you see there's a rendezvous mark, there's target, closest point of intercept, right? I'm trying to get those lined up. You just gotta set the phasing for your orbit here to get those right. Yeah, they're not really getting closer to each other. So what I'm doing is I'm making a maneuver node here. And I'm making sure that our maneuver node is in the right spot. This is called phasing. You just got to make sure you do the burn at the right time to use the least amount of delta V. The least amount of fuel to get the closest intercept. Set down our, move this lever down here to adjust the rate, or the rate of change here. And you can really dial in these maneuvers. You can basically go anywhere you want. There it is. Perfect. Perfect phasing. So we have 2 hours and 36 minutes until the burn in game. I will... Yeah, let's warp us there. Time warp. We got to do 3 or 4 orbits here. Okay, 1 minute until the burn. You can do that? How did you get to that? You got to go over here and start, when you have a maneuver node up, go over here and you hit the arrows when you have the maneuver node selected. It'll get you into a fine controller. Makes it real easy to control this. Right? Make sure the rates are nulled out. Okay, rates are good. Start the burn. All right. Get within 1 meters a second of the burn. And now what we're going to do is we'll use again fine control thrusters here. To make sure that our intercept is dialed in. Get rid of the maneuver node. And we could use the fine control thrusters to get us a little bit closer. Inside of a 100-meter intercept. All right, perfect. See the difference between this and yesterday's capsule mission? This thing is way more dialed in. This is a good capsule, guys. I'm pretty happy with this thing. All right, Bart Bros capsule should be coming into range here. Okay, as we approach, what I'm going to do is rotate, because now that we're in the target menu, what this shows is where your target is and where you're going relative to target. Note that if I switch back to orbital mode, the direction that we're going changes. In target mode, we have a good intercept now. Our intercept is within, about 100 meters. That's pretty good. But we still notice that my meter a second says 21.4 meters a second and 21 and change. What that basically means is that I have a differential velocity of 20 meters a second. We're moving closer to each other at, well, relatively close to each other at about 20 meters a second. So as we get close, what I'm going to do is we're going to find the retrograde marker, which is the yellow circle with 3 hashes and an X in it. That's called retro. That's, if you're facing retrograde, your engine is pointing the direction that you're going. So we are going to re-enable the vernier thruster control. See, we're getting close. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Nah. We'll fire the SPS. The vernier thrusters are very inefficient. I think we should give this thing more monoprop tanks, personally. Did I do something with the visuals? Yeah, I have a, waterfall and scatterer and stuff. Those are visual mods that make KSP look a little bit nicer. The fun fact, this is an outdated visual mod. The visual mods now make Kerbal 1 look better than Kerbal 2. Okay, so we are lined up. Let's just wait till we get a little bit closer. Okay, and we passed him. Stop this thing. Okay, 63 meters out. All right, so now that's my target indicator on the nav ball. I'm going to turn towards the target indicator. And we'll just give our translation thrusters here a little bit of little kick here. Okay, we got to close at about 1 meter a second. We're going right at him. We're basically on a collision course right now. So now we just got to slow down. Come on, baby. How's that for precise? A little bit better than last time, huh? Might need a bit more RCS for future flight. I think so. RT, keep in mind, I didn't have the 30 in the capsule full. I didn't want that because it screws with your center of mass. I think our service module needs 8. I have 4 of the roundified tanks in 4x symmetry. 8 would probably be, yeah, double it would probably be good. That's not much extra mass, but that'll give us way more operability. Yeah, look at how precise that is. Our target relative velocity is 0 meters a second. We're inside of like 10 centimeters a second differential velocity change, meaning we're station keeping with it. We're flying in formation. All right, switch over to BART, bro. First thing I want to do is take this craft, go into map view, take this craft. I was gonna say mark it as debris, but we can't. All right, buddy, get out of here for a second. Yeah, we could mark it as debris in the tracking station. All right, buddy, get in. All right, unset that as target. Okay, next capsule. So Rodson scrap. Set that as target. And what we'll do here is at AP, what I'm gonna do is shoot ourselves up into a higher orbit. If I shoot ourselves up into a higher orbit, we will slow down and he will catch us. Where's the other red? We might, this probably isn't a good way to do this. I mean, we do have the Delta V to do it. But do we want to push that big of an orbit? I don't think so. Where's the other indicator? Can you play KSP without a map? Meaning no maneuver modes? You can, sure. Are you asking me to? Well, you know what? Let's get out of this. Get out of the maneuver node. Rodson scrap. We're 88 by 81. Okay. Yeah, we need to... Here's what we'll do. Now you could say our first catch of the day. Good. Our first catch of the day. So what I'm going to do here is Bart Bro. Oh, Bart Bro's an engineer. Nice, nice, nice. Can we get a crew report from him? No, nothing. Oh, there's something down there. I don't know what that is. So we have 13 seconds to the highest point, the AP. What we're gonna do is just, I'm gonna give the SPS a quick firing here. 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. Where I set my highest point to 100 kilometers, and I'm putting myself into a higher orbit, so Rodson Scrap and Joe's capsule can catch up to us. Because if you're in a higher orbit, you're further out of the grav well of the celestial body that you're orbiting around, so your orbital velocity will be slower. But adjusting the highest point of the orbit is just one part. We have to adjust our lowest part. Our lowest part, or perigee, or periapsis, is still too low. So what we're going to do, I'm going to use the RCS. We're going to rotate the capsule around, and we're going to burn prograde. Again, we're going to speed up at apogee. We're going to speed up at apogee here. And speeding up at apogee should raise our perigee. Not should, it will. We have 12 seconds till we get to the highest point in our orbit. Hey, Urban, thanks for the raid. Okay, point of burn is right now. Now see, we're accelerating. Note over here. Our perigee is going up, but our apogee is staying exactly the same. That's what happens when you burn at AP. Burning at your highest point, if you burn at the right time, your altitude isn't going to change, but your perigee does, because that's the furthest point away in your orbit. So if we light this a little bit more, get us to 99 by 100, right? Anyway, Urban, what's up, man? How you doing? 68 people, 68 viewer raid. What were you up to in KSP today? If that's what you were playing. Hey, Matt, what's going on? So now we can do some slight adjustments. Where's our AP? Doing a slight radial burn here. Okay, so now I moved the PE to us. Just gotta do some small adjustments. Get us to 100 on the dot. Now, once again, for these rendezvous missions, there's no need to get this precise with your orbits. But you gotta remember, I'm doing two things at once. We're working out, we're giving the capsule kind of a run through its paces here. I'm just confirming that my new thruster block design that I did will work correctly with, it will work correctly doing precise maneuvers. That's really, really important for shaking down a capsule. And guys, it really pays to make sure that your capsule can do stuff like this, especially if you're if you're just designing a capsule to go up and come back down like a suborbital capsule, you don't need to worry about this too much. If you're designing this capsule, I intend to use for some time for crew. And so I'm taking more time to make sure that it works. We really want to make sure that it works correctly. That's really important. I want to use this to dock to other vehicles, right? I want to use it potentially as an orbital tug, so you can move stuff around, right? You know, we could potentially build a space station with it if we want to. Like, you could use it to make something like Gateway, or you could put it on a bigger transfer vehicle, etc., etc. in order to do that, you really have to make sure that all this stuff works. You really have to shake it down. And the cool thing is that, you know, this capsule has parallels to the NASA's Orion capsule. It's kind of similar. Some ideas are borrowed from it. So, you know, like the thruster configuration is kind of similar. But the cool thing is that during the Artemis 2 mission launching early next year, they're going to do this. They're going to shake down the capsule like this. The first phase of the Artemis 2 mission is the Artemis 2 crew basically making sure that the capsule works correctly, floating around in a high Earth orbit. And then they're using the capsule's SPS to go to the moon. We could do that right now. We could use this to get to the moon if we really wanted to. .8 by 100.005, 008 by 005. We are basically perfectly circular. I know you're going to do what you want, but why don't you add nav lights like red and green blinking lights just for the sake of argument? Because it's not an airplane? I have forward-facing lights, so you can illuminate a docking port in front of you. They're yellow, though. I mean, we could put strobes on it, I guess. Like, you can make these lights blink. Fair enough, how's your mother? Great. Can you build an ISS-type station in Kerbal? Of course. I built one with a shuttle one time, Galactic. Yeah. I built Space Station Freedom. Oh yeah, it was awesome, dude. Orbital tug is not allowed in the champagne room, okay? There's no EVAs allowed in the champagne room. All right, so now we're gonna shake down the capsule here for a little bit longer. We gotta just kind of wait until... See, because we're in a higher orbit, our orbital velocity is 2246.1. Rodson's scrap, which is the next one, it's 2271. So there's a 30 meters a second difference here. He's gonna catch up to us. If you look, if I set as target, he's going a little bit faster and he will get closer to us. No, that was Crippen Station element. How many hours played? Zerono 20,000? I don't know, I don't keep track. Checking for any science on this trip? We could do some. Like maybe a crew report from here, from Crater Lake, might give us some science. Here. Yeah, Kerbal's Mountains. There we go. Kerbal's Highlands. There we go. Already got mountains. Is there a Crater Lake monster? I don't know. See, distance 142, 141, 140. We're getting closer. So now he's close enough for us to want to dial in a maneuver node. Really get this precise. Now we just got to make sure we get our phasing right. Go into fine control here. We want to make sure those are on top of each other for the most part. His orbit isn't circular and mine is, so this is making it a little bit annoying to get this right, but 4 kilometers. Okay, now we just got to find the right phasing. There we go. 600, we can do better. 100, there we go. Cool. 15 meters a second delta V burn in 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Urban, you swapped sides, grew a beard, and adopted an American accent, and changed your name. Wait, are you still Urban? What's up, Discount? How you doing? Urban, thanks for the raid, man. I asked if you were playing KSP. What did you say? Yep, starting to pack up our second crew mission on Dune. A bit chaotic, but all the crew are safe. Nice, man. There you go. Score. EJ, do you make an artificial gravity station in KSP? Yeah, you can, but KSP doesn't. I mean, yeah, you can, but it's not really written to work like that. You can do it, but all right. We should fire off the SPS here in a moment. "30 seconds until SPS firing." It's just going to be a quick pulse of this thing. Yeah, like you could make an artificial gravity station, Chris, and if you had a rover that you deployed on your station while it was spinning, the rover would be able to drive around, but Kerbals wouldn't be able to walk around. The game just wasn't written with that in mind, dude. Okay, we did a burn, and now we just use the thrusters to hone it in. Look at that. Inside of a 100-kilometer intercept, or a 100-meter intercept. Inside of a 100-kilometer intercept too, technically. But you get what I'm trying to say. Probably shouldn't have time warped this much, but it's okay. Yep, there it is. 30 meters. And just give us a quick pulse right here, and good. 60 meters out. Yeah, I gotta move these thrusters so they're more in line with the center of gravity. Close rate is 0.5 meters a second. Way better now, XJ. This new thruster configuration is good. It just needs some minor tweaks. And then I can make some, I could do some nice upgrades for the kind of, like operability, like user, I guess the user experience for this could be better. Indicators for which thrusters are on could be useful. I might want to put that, I might need to figure out how to do the AG sets. Close rate is 1 centimeter a second. And the thing I like about these small thrusters, they sip fuel. They really, I mean, you're not getting as much thrust, but you don't need as much thrust. See what I'm talking about? It was a contract mission. Goltech, I didn't do this. Think I would strand a Kerbal? Huh? No, I don't strand Kerbals. If something goes wrong, they die usually. Wait. Reminds me on runners of track at a staggered start. Yeah, it's kind of like that, Peter. Yeah. Mm-hmm. In order for the runner in you know on the outside lane to keep up with the runners in the inside lanes, you have a staggered start. If they all started at the same position and ran around, the outside runner would have to run significantly faster, right? Same idea. It's just orbital rendezvous and orbital rendezvous operations is just all about differential speeds. That's orbital rendezvous or transfers or wherever, like, you know, going to the moon. It's just speed. Differential speed, and that's it. How fast can you go? That's why Delta V, change in velocity, is the name of the game with spacecraft range and not necessarily distance, right? Distance doesn't mean anything. If you ask a rocket scientist, oh, you know, how much fuel do you need for a spacecraft to go 250,000 miles? They'd be like, what? But if you say, how fast do you need to go to get to the moon? They'll be like, oh, 25,000 miles an hour. Because it's all about speed. That's probably why I think that's why I like space so much. Spaceships, because they go the fastest. That's the fastest thing we've ever made. By a long, fastest human-rated thing we've ever made. Have we ever rescued people from space? Not like this, Chris. No. Not like this. Kerbals Islands, keep the experiment. Ah, we already got islands. Dump the experiment, it's fine. Alright, switch back over here. Rename the vessel. Des debris. Okay, now we just got to get Joe Kerman back. We might be able to just not... We probably don't have to go to like a higher orbit. We could just increase one part of our orbit, and we could get a pretty good intercept with Joe's capsule here. Keep in mind, pushing ourselves up to a 131 kilometer apogee and then rendezvousing with Joe's capsule on the way down is going to give us a much higher intersect speed. So we just got to be ready. Instead of like a 16 meter difference in speed, when we get near them, it's going to be a 52 meters a second difference in speed, because we're falling from a higher altitude. I just want to make sure when we go to burn, we're ahead of the capsule and we don't burn in it and have that thing tip our solar panels. Okay, we got a 40 meter a second burn with the surface propulsion system. Oh yeah, Archie, yeah, I forgot about that. Dude, I always got to remember that that tool is down there. I've been pretty good about it this stream, but I always got to remember that it's there. I always got to remember that it's there because this whole functionality thing, this whole thing over here predates, like, I've been playing Kerbal longer than that's been in the game. Okay, quick pulse on the SPS here. Good. Okay, just use the RCS to clean up the rest of the burn. Okay, great intercept. Cool. Just gonna coast here for a second. Let's warp to here. So, what are the big changes to the thrusters that I need? I need a good way to toggle these thrusters. We got to make sure everything is lined up with our center of mass. And other than that, I think our translation thrusters are quite good. Capsule is performing quite well. Yeah, very good. I want you to hit the rescue capsule. I want you to be consistent. Joe Kerman. Boom. Let me just switch back to his capsule and set it as, yeah, there we go. Good. Good. Real good. I'm actually wondering, can you look out the windows in this thing? No, you can't. No, you really can't. I blocked them off. That's okay. You can look out the side window. The forward windows I blocked with the flags because they look funky. It's alright, you don't need that. Okay. Alright, so next thing we need to do is a re-entry. And I gotta test my re-entry and I gotta make sure it doesn't suck nearly as much as it did last time. So what we're gonna do, back the capsule away.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
A good habit to get into if you're playing stock KSP, you don't have trajectories or anything, is make sure that you re-enter from the same altitude every time. So I'm going to push the capsule up to about 100 kilometer by 100 kilometer again, and we're going to try to get a better re-entry trajectory dialed in for this. I'm not even really sure where to start. I forget how to do a good capsule re-entry, dudes. This thing does slow down fast, so... Hey, Centerone, 20-month resub. Dr. Lux, thanks for all the knowledge-filled streams. You're by far the best streamer to watch for rocket launches. I enjoy learning something new every stream. Right on. Thanks, Dr. Lux. Appreciate it. Better to overshoot a bit, no mountains. Well, we're not aiming for a runway, right? Like... Yeah, we need more monopropellant. That's the other thing. I gotta have more than this. But then again, this involved 3 rendezvous, so... And the signal has been great. We've had a great signal through our tracking data systems. They've been working quite good. Oh, dude, you know what I was thinking? We actually can't. We can't add more. Our Delta V requirements. We need 1,500 meters a second Delta V minimum from this capsule. Adding more tanks is going to screw that up. I mean, it will add. I mean, we'll. Yeah, I don't want to do that. We've had enough. We did 3 rendezvous here, and it's working just fine. Like, gotta turn the capsule around so we can shoot the thruster off. Hey, Methane, what's going on? You gotta go around a little bit. That was the wrong button. See what I mean about fat fingering the damn keyboard? Hit Z instead of S. And that's what I mean about being able to just shut down certain thrusters. I need an AG set for the capsule, or I want an AG set for my capsule. Gotta turn this damn thing around. Yeah. I'm going to shut down the SPS just in case I screw that up again. Service propulsion system. All right, we're turning it back on. That's not enough. All right, that's good. All right, do a circularization burn here. It's just a real quickie burn. We could do this. We can do this one, 1.8 meters a second. We can do it with the monoprop. Yeah, for the most part, guys, I really like how the capsule's working. It's working quite well. I don't think I have any wheel authority on this either. There's wheel authority on the stupid probe core. But then again, I mean, for gameplay's sake, it might be good, but I usually don't like having probe core torque. That's dumb. Okay, once again, just getting the thrusters working, making sure they everything works how I want. I mean, because that's a big thing, dude. You can build whatever. Is it? I mean, that's. I know it sounds like a really plain Jane way of saying it, but if it doesn't do what you want, then you didn't build it good enough. You gotta make. You know, it's usually not. Oh, it's good enough. Unless you want it to be that way. I don't. I want to do precise maneuvers with this thing. So 100 by 98. All right, we can weasel this out by doing this. Crew on board seems to be in good spirits. Bart, Bro, Rodson, and Joe, those are the 3 rescued Kerbals. Will there be an after hours today? If nothing else weird happens in real life, Flip, sure. I was gonna do summer car, yeah. Oh, the racing rig's broken. Broken how? The seat, the metal that holds the seat to the rest of the rig is broken. We might need to go out into the shop for after hours. Keep playing Kerbal for after hours. Yeah. Once again, I'm just making sure that we can do precise orbits. So 100.3 by 100, or 100.003 by 100.001. That's good. That's fine. All right. Let's chill here for a second. If life support, a limited resource. There's no life support in stock KSP. With that being said, I always build my craft to... Like, I'm not going to put 3 people in a capsule for like 3 years straight. These guys have only been up here for a day and a half. Well within, like, what a capsule should be doing. I redid my thruster blocks, Zen, for this. So the big one is that we have to line up my side thrusters with the center line of the vehicle. Center line isn't exactly centered here because the capsule's offset COM. That's no problem. Other than that, guys, I think we need to up these thrusters to 75. I had much better operability with thrust limiter at 75 instead of 55. And then, yeah, I mean, these back ports are nice, but I don't think we need them. What happened yesterday? Real life events transpired that made me go away from the stream for a little bit, dude. I don't really want to talk about it. It's just real life stuff, man. It happens. You'll figure it out when you get older. So let's pick a random point. What would be a shuttle's re-entry trajectory? Shuttle re-entry trajectory would be that. But we're definitely not sailing. We're definitely not sailing through the air like the shuttle does. That's my shuttle's re-entry trajectory. 100 by 30 with the 30 over this peninsula. We're definitely not doing that. So capsule doesn't fly nearly as good. So what I'll do... I'm going to move this forward, and I'm going to set this to the coast. right here. We'll set 30 to the coastline, right? And worst case scenario, we land somewhere in the ocean over here. I think that'll do it. I mean, nah, maybe back a little bit. Let's try this peninsula right here instead of that one. Let's try that. 60 meters a second burn. Perigee set for 30. And let's go. Okay. Rearm the surface propulsion system. Kerbin has a lot of landmass? Yeah. I want to go explore it, Pigeon. I always wanted to build planes and stuff to go and explore and build like runways out and make airports and fly to other destinations and stuff. I thought that would be pretty cool to like just explore. But yeah, chat usually doesn't like seeing that. They don't like me building too many airplanes in a space flight game. This is KSP, not Kerbal Flight Program. Yeah, but exploring Kerbin is cool. Don't lump us all together. Well, your chat. I have to. It's me, your one chatter. Okay. Capsule, you go for deorbit burn. Okay, let's see what happens. Kind of feel bad we're jettisoning the service module with so much fuel in it, but that's the way I designed this thing, guys. I designed the SPS to have 1500 meters a second delta V out of the box. That makes the capsule better suited for lunar exploration. Yeah, we're doing lunar stuff. Okay, we're gonna jettison the SM now. So long, service module. Enable the onboard monoprop tanks. Hmm. We don't really have good maneuverability here with the capsule when it's, you know. I don't like how this thing's moving around. Do you not have SAS? No, I don't. I don't want SAS. I mean, we could do it to get a better test right now, but I don't really like using that. Capsules generally don't have a gyroscope like this. But you might need RCS on the nose. Where is our center of mass right now? Yeah. A small thruster block like up here might be a good idea. Actually, you know what had a really cool way of doing this? Starliner had a really trick way of capsule maneuverability post SM separation to get lined up. But yeah, I'll have to go look. Yeah, Aitor, that's what I usually did in the past. Okay, we got a little bit of slew, but for the most part, we're all right. Capsule's doing what it should, guys. It's, I mean, that little flippy thing is kind of killing me right now, but that's okay. That was the service module blowing up. Don't worry about that. That trajectory actually wasn't too bad. We set the PE there and looks like we're going to come down right next to the island. So if we set our PE here, that should get us like right there. Yeah. All right, cool. That's a pretty good estimation by your boy. Now what I'm going to do is a cross-range experiment. Well. Yeah, cross range is working. Inclination went up 90 degrees. Nice. It works. Excellent. The capsule has cross range. It's not very much, but it does have it. Hey, Pythos. Yeah, the cross-range experiment proved it. Dude, we can change our inclination by rotating the capsule because of the offset center of mass. That's what they do in real life. Dragon does that. Starliner does something like that. The Apollo capsule does that. Soyuz does that. Everything does that. We got drogues. Starliner exists. Main chutes. Main chute should unfurl now. There they are. Chutes are reefing. Set the angles on the chutes to be about 8. That should be good. Cut the drogue. Technically, we should jettison the drogue. The drogue should be cut when we unfurl the main chutes, but angles should be set to 8. But yeah, capsule's coming down 8 meters a second. Perfect. Dude, it works. The cross-range capability works great. That worked awesome. We can steer this damn thing. It's pretty cool. What is the interface and attachment between parachutes and the capsule body on Dragon? Dragon has its chute compartment down here, and then the lines go around the door, and your parachute mortars are up at the top. A mortar shoots out most of the rigging, and the line will rip itself out, and the parachutes will shoot out too. Dragon's parachutes shoot out the bottom. The mortars shoot the rigging out, and it pulls the parachute with it. Okay, we have a good touchdown. Stable 1. Crew report from water. Assess the situation. Joe, get out for a second. Surface sample of Kerbin's water. EVA report from Kerbin's water. Boom. Yeah, we got some good science from this mission. What are you playing for after hours if there is one? So Brad, we might, I wanted to play Summer Car, but my racing rig is broken, and that we might need to fix the racing rig. I might need to repair it. And by might, I mean I need to. There's some butchery going on. What'd you do to it? I sat in it and it broke. One of the brackets that hold the seat is just basically shot. All right, excellent mission, guys. And like, dude, this is, if I had my K92 in this save, easily recoverable. Easily. We could get right out there. Heck, we could sail a ship out here. So yeah, from 100, setting perigee there got us right there. So if we move the PE from 100 kilometer circular to basically like over this little bit right there instead of right there, we will land between the island runway and KSC. You broke it with your butt. That's right. All right, recovering the Kerbin. Recovering the Kerbals. Ooh. Ooh. Boom. We got 20 science out of that. Capsule back. Got 3 Kerbals with stars. Oh boy. And 3 completed contracts. Great. Heck yeah, man. What do we got in science? Is there anything that we can unlock? 51 science. No. Nah. The next thing I'm really pining for is those solar panels. What role is Joe? Oh man, why am I so tired all of a sudden? Stop it. Joe is a scientist. So we got 4 pilots in the rotation, 2 engineers, 3 scientists. All right, let's check the contracts. Oh. We are back, baby. We are back. Why is rescuing Elical 3 stars? I don't know. I have no idea. When do you think SpaceX will... When do you think SpaceX will start refurbishing Pad A for its new configuration? Not for a while, Bulgarian. I think they're going to use it to ship catch. Give me 1 second. I'm talking to Bray. All right, cool. Where is Elical? She's just in low carbon orbit. I mean, it's a pretty good paying mission. Finish construction of a rover on the surface of the moon? Ship catch, is that speculation or confirmation? Speculation. Here, how's this? Bulgarian, let me put it to you like this. If they were going to retool it anytime soon and had plans on doing that relatively expediently, we would see a second OLM being made at Sanchez, and there's nothing of the sort. So... I think they're going to use it for ship catching. Booster catching on pad 2, ship catching on pad 1. And just leave the OLM where it is for now. Once they prove out ship catching, then you retool that pad. But that's just my opinion, so I don't know. All right, we got time to do another mission. I have missions lined up for a min-miss mission. Let's find stuff for min-miss that's not crewed just yet. Even though I could send the capsule out there, we could take a spin out there if we really wanted to. Sides data from space around min-miss, for sure. The plant flag on min-miss could be useful. It could be possible that the V3 OLM for Pad A could be under construction in Florida. They sent the whole tower there, so... don't you think that that would be... You probably want to use Roberts Road to build out Slick 37 stuff? I thought they removed all the catch hardware from the chopsticks at Pad A. Yeah, they would retool them to accept a Block 3 ship. That's, once again, guys, it's just a theory. Calm down. Yeah, I have a setup to do another min-miss hop mission, so I think that's what we're gonna do. What's the next thing we want to go for? Yeah, I'm not sure. Bigger fairings would be nice. It would benefit from a slightly flatter windward side, but I don't think SpaceX wants to do that, Hellfish. Moving the forward flaps up is a pretty good case circumstances in them not wanting to do something like that, in my opinion. I've said that Starship would benefit from, like, okay, say we're looking at it from the front here. So you're looking at Starship from the front. And then you have your forward catch arms up here, right? Like that. And then your rear ones are back here. Like this, right? Right, there's just... You get the idea. It could benefit from, like, you have these pieces right here, right? And then you have little pieces right there up at the front. They just put like a little thingamajig like this here. That armpit right there gets extraordinarily hot. See this? This kind of armpit thing right here gets toasty really badly. Starship could benefit. Starship could benefit from this with doing something like that. Right? But you got to remember, if you're doing something like that, your plasma flow is going to look something like this. And if you were going to do something like this, your flaps, take a look, not in super or hypersonic flow anymore. See how it goes around them? Not great. That's not really what you want. Because Starship is shaped like this, the plasma goes somewhat like this. we saw that from the re-entry footage. This makes your flaps operable at hypersonic speeds because the plasma's going up like that. And then it kind of goes back in like this. That's the re-entry that we saw, right? There's pros and cons here, right? It's always a trade-off. This is the cylindric shape for Starship, like this coming through re-entry, right? The cylindric shape is what makes the flaps operable. Without that, they're not going to work. They'll be out of flow, and then they'll be basically useless, and you'll lose control. Now, like I said, you could do something like this, give it a little chin, you know, but if you did that, plasma's going to shoot out this way, like that. No good. You need your flaps to be in the plasma flow. If they're not in the flow, you're going to lose control. So, like I said, they have these little like kind of armpit things here. If it was me, I would do something like this. Something like that. Instead of having that armpit there, that's no good. A plated mechanism like this would probably be better for hypersonics, because instead of the, you know, like with the armpit, you know, plasma's going to get in there. You don't want that. This just flows plasma directly out to the flaps. They'll do it, and I bet you they'll do something like that in good time, but yeah. Starship needs to stay cylindric like this in order for the flaps to work correctly. That's the reason why, for instance, if you look at like the space shuttle, right, here's my crappy drawing of a space shuttle, right? Right, you look at the shuttle, there's the thing on the side, right? Shuttle has its tail, right? And then it has the ELMS pods here and here. The shuttle, the bottom of the shuttle it's not flat, but it is this shape. But in order to get that to be operable and work correctly, you need the wings right there. Right? And you need your control surfaces right here. Like that. Or else it's uncontrollable. You're not going to be able to control it. So they turned it into a plasma hydrofoil. Anything that re-enters is like that, dude. You could relocate the aft flaps, but if you move those aft flaps up, Archie, they're losing their effective moment control. Once again, this is just a theory from your boy. Those forward flaps don't do much. Those forward flaps don't do much during hypersonics. But like when you're re-entering, the aft flaps are doing all the work. I'm pretty damn sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's what's going on. I mean, okay, you needn't look no further than Ship 38 during its re-entry, and we will during Space News. Look at how bad the condition the aft flaps are in. They're doing most of the work for attitude control during re-entry. The forward flaps are really just there for the flip and burn. I'm calling it because they're out of flow. They moved them up for a reason. They moved them up off the ship and clocked them higher for a reason, so they would get them out of the flow. So don't get me wrong, they're doing something, but the aft flaps are really doing most of the work. I'm pretty sure. The forward flaps are for the subsonic phase. It's also why Elon wanted to get rid of them. Yeah, you don't really need them. Yeah. The front flaps are more for trimming it out. They're really for the flip and burn, dude. That's what they're there for. Yeah, that once again, they moved them up. You know, everybody's like, oh, they moved them up because they were burning through the flaps. Well, yeah, they did, but they took them out of the plasma flow so they wouldn't burn, because you don't need them as much during re-entry. That's the reason. That's the reason why they introduced the Block 2 ship design with the flaps clocked higher. Can it survive if one flap goes? Yeah, look at Ship 29's re-entry Strickler. They had one basically burn in half. Landed in one piece. You can see the forward flaps getting deleted if Starship gets some heavy-duty RCS. Yeah. So if there was something heavy in the payload bay, would the front flaps work more since the center of mass is more towards them? Once again, yeah, it's there for the flip and burn in the subsonic regime. Just like, okay, you want me to blow your mind? The tail of the space shuttle. The tail. That doesn't do anything during re-entry. It only really starts to work effectively at supersonic and subsonic speeds. The shuttle's elevons in the back, those are what are steering you during re-entry. Would reinforcing the aft hinge covers with reinforced carbon be too much weight to add? RCC is super light, but it's also really hard to manufacture, Archie. You got to think of manufacturability in mind. That's the trade-off here. There are better ways to make Starship re-enter. SpaceX needs to figure out the best way to get their heat shield reusable. But it also be the most easily manufacturable, the most mass producible. Manufacturing the vehicle is very, very, that influences Starship's design big time. Yeah. This is the reason why you don't, they were like, oh yeah, transpiration cooling, we'll do transpiration cooling paraphernalia is hard to manufacture. It's really tough to make. That's why they're insistent on tiles. Tiles are mass producible. Yeah, that's why SpaceX is like going all in on tiles. That's why they showed the bakery. Because tiles are easy to make. They're easy to mass produce. Way easier to mass produce. You're currently developing a shuttle. Any tips? Make the shuttle do what you want it to do. Seriously, what do you want to get out of it? What is your shuttle designed to do? Are you just making a copy of NASA's space shuttle? Well, you should probably start going, Serby, you should start going and reading about what the shuttle was designed to do. That would probably help. And I know that sounds like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm actually serious. Make it do what you want it to do. If you make a shuttle and it starts flipping out of control during re-entry, that's not doing what you want. So what do you want it to do? You want it to be nice and stable during re-entry. So figure out a way to make it nice and stable during re-entry. If you really want to add difficulty to that, Serby, make it stable during re-entry with no SAS. That's a good place to start. Anyway. Add 1 million reaction wheels. Don't do that. That doesn't teach you anything. All right. Science data from space around Kerbin. That's an easy W while we're on our way to Minmus. All right. We need an LY-35 medium landing gear attached to our hopper. We want you to test the LY-35 landing gear while orbiting around Minmus. All right. We have position a satellite in a specific orbit. It needs to have mystery goo. We need science from Minmus, and we can grab that while we're on our way out. Position a satellite in an equatorial orbit around Minmus. And after we've done all this, guys, we can go down and hop around and get the last of the biomes that we need. Killer. The USAF missileer, formerly commanded missile silos that commented that Starship's accuracy was impressive. That's some pretty high praise. It's pretty good. Starship's a beast. It's a monster. It's pretty good. Do you mind me asking what happened yesterday? Hope everything's okay. Everything is fine. Real life. I needed to be elsewhere, dude. Yeah. Everything's good. It's fine. I don't really want to talk about it, man. It's just real life being real life. Would it be possible to make Starship do supersonic retropropulsion on re-entry? Yeah, sure, but it would need way more fuel, Skeletobe. It would need a ton more fuel. The entry burn wouldn't be like a 10 or 15 second burn like it is with Falcon 9. It'd be like a minute burn. It actually probably would need to be more than that. I'd say like a 2 to 3 minute burn. You want to carry an extra 2 to 3 minutes worth of fuel and oxidizer? All of that is going to screw your payload capacity. So to burn the Raptor for like 2 minutes to do an entry burn with Starship during re-entry, to do something like that, say 2 minutes worth of fuel is 50 tons. You just halved your payload capacity. Now consider this, dude. Does Starship have 50 tons worth of tiles attached to the side of it? No way. Not a chance. There's no way those tiles weigh that much or have that much mass. There's not a chance. Tiles are a much simpler solution, believe it or not, or a much lighter solution, I should say. What do you think Starship can do for the military? It's so big and loud. He can put a tank on someone's front doorstep in 15 minutes. That's probably useful. Hi, it was fun watching you get salty about BF6 last night. Excited to see rocket stuff. I'm glad you enjoyed it, because I didn't. I was super tired by the end of the day, guys, and I was playing tired. That's my kind of rule with shooting games. You don't play them when you're tired, because I'll get annoyed. But, I don't know. Maybe I'll fix the racing rig tomorrow morning and we'll play Battlefield tonight after Space News. Try to play it when I'm a little bit more awake. Maybe. Who knows? It was a long day, Hellfish. Yeah, long day. Reusable shuttles that travels fast and at low cost. Quit putting it off. I'm not putting it off. You're misunderstanding. I'm not putting it off. It's not high on my priorities. Differences. I can't do MSC tonight. The racing rig's broken. All systems. I have to fix it. Yeah, Smirks, I know what you mean. Wanted me to test LY35s. And then it said we wanted mystery goo, huh? Do we have a mystery goo container in this? No, I don't. I have the ESU. Put a satellite in equatorial around Midness. It needs a science junior. Oh. Ooh. How the frick are we gonna do that? We're kind of at a premium here. Space is kind of at a premium. Here is what I'm trying to say. When will you develop ground tracking stations? Actually, Peter, we should probably do that before we do this min-miss mission. I'm pretty sure we have all the paraphernalia we need to get it done right. I'm just bumming I didn't check for the Science Junior on that damn contract. Actually, that would probably be a good thing for min-miss, or to have our ground tracking stations. Maybe we should do that. We have the cash to spend on this, so... almost make my actual tracking stations. The truss adapter is the only thing that this thing needs. Where's the damn truss adapter and how much do I need for it? Bethron, you're a little bit confused about the do's and don'ts of fairing construction with Kerbals and humans in them. I seem to recall you being adverse to doing that. Maybe I'm thinking of open fairings. I can't remember. No. No. Here, I'll show you. Look. Okay. So, Dream Chaser. Dream Chaser... if that thing ever decides to, if Sierra decides to do something with it ever, look, see that? See how Dream Chaser has its wings folded up with a shooting star, and it's inside of a fairing. See that? It's inside of a generally cargo fairing. That, don't do that. Don't do that. You have no way to get the crew out. Right? There's no way to get the crew. If you have to do a launch escape, you have to blow the fairing and then you have to separate that. Generally, you don't do that in real life. If Dream Chaser was going to fly with people on it, it would have a specially adapted thing like that. A specially adapted bow tail that fits onto an Atlas. Like this. See that? See what I'm talking about? Or would have some kind of custom fairing. Basically, Sethron, don't put crew capsules inside of cargo fairings. With that being said, if you look at Orion's launch abort system, and by proxy our abort system in Kerbal that we're using for our capsule is, for the most part, a fairing. It's a fairing that the capsule is inside, sure. But it's specifically designed for Orion. You're not flying cargo in this thing. It's specifically designed for purpose, and that's important to understand. Same with Soyuz. Yeah, Soyuz is the same way. The Soyuz capsule has its own specialized fairing with launch escape system. That is different from the cargo fairings. That one right there, I think, is a Soyuz 2-1. You see how it has a customized fairing up there with the launch escape system and the traction motors? That's what I mean. I don't mind putting capsules inside of fairings. That's fine, but they have to be specialized for purpose. And fairings for all of these all go with an abort instead of having to get out of the way. Yes. That makes sense. Yeah, that's what I mean. I should be more specific sometimes. Sometimes in the context of conversation, I figure, there's no need in being more specific because it's kind of self-evident what this conversation is about. But don't put crew capsules in cargo fairings. That's really stupid. You're asking to kill a Kerbal, and you're asking to kill a person in real life. Is a launch escape system a have-to-have, or did that change over the years? What do you mean? Did that change over the years? In real life or in Kerbal? Why do they put the Orion Apollo inside of capsules? Could they just not launch it as is? You don't want to damage it on the way up, Logan. It's a spaceship, not an airplane. Yeah, in real life. For NASA, launch escape system is a have-to-have, and SpaceX by proxy, and Boeing as well. So I would say it's probably a good idea for the time being until we really are able to increase the flight rate. The space shuttle didn't have an abort system because the space shuttle was designed to be operated like an airplane, meaning that an airplane, if something happens during ascent, you have time to figure stuff out. The idea behind making the shuttle's boosters solid rocket fuel is that they're so ridiculously simple, like mechanically simple, not necessarily simple to make. There's only like one or two moving parts. It's just the nozzle. That's it. It's the nozzle and parachutes. It doesn't have a high amount of moving parts comparatively to like a liquid fuel booster. The idea behind that is that the simplicity is your reliability, and that pretty much proved to be the case, except for that one time where, the engineers said don't launch it in the cold because it's not designed to be launched in the cold because it's designed to take off in Florida, not the Arctic. And NASA said, nah, it'll be fine, and then it wasn't. But yeah, like the shuttle program never, even during Challenger, it never had problems with asymmetric thrust. Those SRBs worked perfectly every single time. Once again, SRB blow-by notwithstanding, but the SRB was not designed for that. It wasn't designed to launch in the cold. You don't take a Toyota Prius and then try to go out into some sand dunes and drive around with it. Why? It's not designed for that. Without substantial modifications. It'd be nice if we got to the point of not needing it. In order to do that, you would need to mature rockets and flight systems to the point where the reliability and maturity of your propulsion is that of the reliability of a turbofan. Basically, Aqualex, and I know you know this, I'm saying that you need ETOPS. You need ETOPS standards for spacecraft. The only way we're going to do that is to make more spacecraft. We'll get to that point eventually. SpaceX is probably going to get us there before anybody else does, but hey, whatever. Is there a point in a flight before main engine cutoff or second stage engine cutoff when Dragon can't abort? No. Dragon has no cutouts in its abort contingencies, Lev. The shuttle only had a cutout in its abort contingencies from 0 to 2 minutes and 30 seconds when the SRBs are on. Yeah. How much would Dream Chaser belly and wings affect the rocket going uphill? Not too bad, goalie. Yeah, not too bad. If you just, as long as you put the bow tail on it, like the payload attachment fitting would have to be some type of bow tail. Think like the shuttle's tail cone fairings that they used when they ferried the shuttles around. That. The bow tail is acting like that and making, yeah, you can make it fly correctly. You can make it fly aerodynamically similar, despite the wings. You can make it fly aerodynamically similar to a fairing. Look, man, they put Starliner on top of an Atlas N22 and got it to fly right. I'm pretty sure Dream Chaser wouldn't be an issue. How much dream could a Dream Chaser chase if a Dream Chaser could chase dreams? I don't know. Ask Sierra, and they'll probably say how Dream Chaser will change... is a revolutionary vehicle that will change the state of the low Earth economy or some nonsense like they usually say. Yeah, Uncle X, that's what I mean. A Dream Chaser on the way up wouldn't be that big of a deal. Now in Kerbal, that would be a little bit more difficult to make, just because Kerbal doesn't use fluid dynamic simulation. If it did, it'd be a little more than, you know, the price. Its price tag would be a little bit higher. But anyway, what do we want to do now? You know, it's gonna sound dumb, but I think this is what I want for the next thing. You know, like, should we do ground tracking stations, or... I'm thinking, dudes. We only need 160 science to get this thing. Oh, there's another thing I gotta do. I gotta go into the tracking station and mark all the capsules that Kerbals were in as debris. You can go in here, and if you click on it, you can set it as debris. Same with Fogar's scrap. We don't need that. I don't know what that is, but I'll recover it. Cool. All right, I'm just trying to think about what I want to do here. SpaceX is going to Geo next week for Spain. Cool. Right on, man. Which mission? SpainSat Gen 2. Sweet. We do have a Falcon 9 launch today. Trans 1 Transport Layer C in 4 hours-ish. I'm trying to think about what I want to do here. Do you lose speed in space if you don't accelerate? Objects in motion stay in motion unless acted upon by an outside source or outside force. Objects at rest stay at rest unless acted upon by an outside force. Force equals mass times acceleration. Pigeon, you tell me. You lose speed in space if you don't accelerate? What would cause you to decelerate? Gravity? But gravity is a uniform acceleration, isn't it? Solar wind, that's right. Gravity isn't the only thing. There are things called orbital perturbations, right? Perturbing forces on vehicles in space. Now, if you're around a planet, and I mean, gravity's pretty much the same, Pigeon, here where I'm sitting as it is where you're sitting, right? Right? Well, the truth is that that's not exactly true. Gravity at the poles is slightly less than it is at the equator because Earth's not a uniform sphere, but that's another story. Gravity doesn't perturb your forces. If you're in an orbit, right, with a planet that has a relatively uniform gravitational field, like Earth, gravity isn't going to pull you back down. If you accelerate fast enough, you'll stay up there for a little while. Solar winds can influence your orbit. If you're outside of a magnetic celestial body with a magnetic field, yeah, solar winds can push you around. Sure, no problem. Atmospheres can slow you down. Atmospheric drag. The atmosphere doesn't just stop like it does in KSP. It doesn't just stop at 70 kilometers or in real life 100 kilometers. It doesn't just stop. The ISS experiences aerodynamic drag at 400 kilometers up. It's just really not, it's trace amounts of atmosphere. It's not enough to breathe. Don't go outside the ISS and take your helmet off. You'll have a bad day, right? There are perturbing forces. Now, once again, another one is non-uniform gravitational pull. The Earth's geometric center is not exactly on the Earth's center of gravity. This causes, once again, relatively non-uniform gravity. Don't get me wrong, the difference is you and I wouldn't notice it, but it's enough to influence the spacecraft. That difference between Earth's geometric center and its center of gravity causes Earth to kind of weeble wobble around, and that causes precession. Precession is something that can change orbital characteristics. It can deorbit things. The moon has precession too. The side of the moon that faces towards Earth, the moon is tidally locked. The reason why it's tidally locked is because the side that's facing towards us is a little more dense than the back side of the moon. Why is it a little more dense? It got hit by something really, really big a long time ago. We don't know what. Could have been Earth. But if you look up at the moon and you see all those gray areas, those are lunar mare. Okay? Those are lunar lowlands. That's compacted because something hit it and deposited a bunch of dense material on one side of the moon. And similar to like a pendulum, right? The denser side of the moon is always facing towards Earth. That's called tidal locks, or tidally locked, right? So if you're orbiting around the moon, you got to be careful. You can have a decaying orbit on the moon in real life. The moon will pull you in. The Apollo program proved that. Are you telling me that, Alex, or are you telling Pigeon that? Tag him. Anyway, all right. what do we want to do? I could do those ground tracking stations, and what I kind of want to do is just use the ground tracking stations that I used from the mission mode save and just launch them suborbitally. The intercontinental ballistic ground tracking stations. But one of the parts for the ground tracking station is a part that I don't have unlocked. It's the modular girder adapter. And I'm not sure I have I'm not sure I have that hinge unlocked either. Hold on. Adding to your explanation. Got it. Yeah, I don't have the G11 hinge unlocked, nor do I have the truss adapter. We would need 320 science to do that. Fly around in a plane and get science around Kerbin. I don't think we're getting 320 science around Kerbin, dude. Certainly not from flying. It doesn't want us to have the flat flag, so I'll take the tail number off. Oh, sweet. We can use the A200. That's cool. Oh, no. This thing's got plenty of fuel, dude. Don't worry about that. Yeah. How high can this thing fly? It can get up there, but it's not the best airplane. Well, the Science Junior, the A100 would probably be better. This plane's okay. We should just do another hop mission. We have the money for the ground tracking stations, but we don't necessarily have the parts. Let's do that. Let's do a hop mission. Let's go right for the science. The thing is, the Science Junior, I'm not sure how we're going to do that. Pad 1 of Boca Chica is this pad, and Pad 2 is that pad, and 39A is the other pad. What will you call the newest version of Pad 1? The new version of this pad. Obviously. I'm gonna do a Min-Miss Hopper. We just gotta be careful about comms and stuff, King. But it should work just fine. We're not gonna be able to belt out the Science Junior mission. I just don't have enough room in the payload fairing. And before people are gonna say, well, just make it bigger payload fairing. I don't like doing that. I don't like redesigning fairings. That's a very big aerodynamic component of your vehicle, and redesigning it is a pain in the butt. See, I'm kind of in a weird spot now, because if we're going to go redesigning the payload fairing to be a little bit bigger, which I don't necessarily have a problem with, there are some other upgrades to Octo 3 that I want to put, like adding a Poodle engine out back instead. And then potentially lengthening the vehicle. But the problem with that is that we're running into the limits of the swivel motors there. Is there any way that I could put Science Junior in here somewhere? You know what? We won't do this mission just yet. We'll do science data from Kerbin, science data from Minmus, satellite in a specific orbit, test the landing gear. That's what we'll do. We'll do everything but that one. We'll save that one for another mission. Who are we flying for? Kerbal Motion. Thanks for the bits, Picard. Let's do this hopper mission. We have our seismometer on there. We have the seismometer on there. Do we have the magnetometer on there? Yes, we do. Excellent. It wants us to test landing gear in orbit around Minmus, so let's get her done. Hey, Mercs. You just posted a link in Discord General. I wasn't expecting to see Starship 11 from Tampa. Dude, crazy, right? It didn't land in the Gulf. It landed in the Indian Ocean on purpose. All right. Let's set up. Okay, we're gonna launch on a southwest flight azimuth, south-southwest, so our azimuth is going to be 09 or 6 out of the gates. Let's go. Minmus Hopper. What, before we do this, actually, let's just, I mean, we could just get this up here. But, I forget what seismometers. What did we do with the seismometers last time? I think with the seismometer, I'm pretty sure I got poles, slopes, flats. I'm not sure. Whatever. We'll jump down there. We'll get some science. I have 2 mystery goo on me too. So, or did I put those on there? I didn't put them on there. That was in the SPH. Hold on. That was planned, Mercs. Yeah, absolutely. That was the whole idea. You can check in the R&D tab where you already got science. Yeah, that's a good point. I keep forgetting that that exists. All right. I'm just making sure the craft file between the SPH and the VAB is the same file. Let's back up. Does Super Heavy do a landing burn or a catch burn? I think they call it a landing burn. I don't remember. I don't really care, Lunprod, if this is one of those landing and catch things. I don't really find that conversation to be funny. It's really annoying, actually. Have you ever done an ICBM scientific? Yeah, multiple re-entry vehicles. You can, but yeah, you'd have to like deploy one, get it down, and then do next one and do next one. Like, you don't want to. I mean, yeah, you can, but the game will eat it if it's not in render range and it goes below 25 kilometers. So yes and no. I'm thinking. We also need to make those changes to the capsule as well. Other than that, the capsule works great. You guys, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, Science Archives. That's what I was doing. All right, let's take a look. So we have temperature scans from flats, greater flats, lesser flats, highlands, lowlands, midlands, poles, slopes. Greater, great, lesser. No, we don't have anything from Great Flats. That's where the Minmus base, that's where Mintchip was. We don't have anything from there. Good to know. What about the seismic scan? Midlands. No highlands, no lowlands from Minmus. We got poles and slopes with the seismic scan. Oh, dude, if we can get this hopper to land in the Great Flats, if we can land over here, oh, I don't have any science from over there. I think that's going to be our target destination. The Great Flats. Because, yeah. I don't even have a pressure scan from there. Midlands, lowlands, highlands. Flats, greater flats, lesser flats, poles. Yeah, let's go for the Great Flats, dude. Then highlands, lowlands with the seismic scan. Oh, there's still plenty of science, dude. There's still plenty of science. You're blocking the legend. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying it out for you. But, yeah. Mystery Goose study while high over Minmus, while in space near Minmus. Alright, cool. What is this game report? I haven't seen this. In the science menu, it's the archives, Max. Is there a difference between Great Flats and Greater Flats? Yes. Yeah, we landed in the Great Flats. We're going to be having a good time. That might be good enough for 300 science. We'll see. Okay, Octo 3. Contains some experimental parts. I got the landing gear on it. All right, let's roll. Go out to Minmus. All right, flight azimuth 96. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mission. And we got a liftoff. Liftoff of the Octo 3, carrying the third Minmus Hopper mission. Vehicles completed the roll program. Flight azimuth of 96 has been established. Past max Q, vehicles way past supersonic. Stand by for Miko. Miko confirmed. Upper stage ignition. I gotta fix that fairing. I don't like that fairing at all. I don't like that it does that. I don't like how we clip through it and hit the parachute. We need a better separation mechanism for that. Okay. What's the ton to orbit on this rocket? Could probably do about 10 tons, Leo, fully expendable, Jack. It's a medium duty vehicle. All right. Hold up, am I dumb? I didn't know you could figure out the flight azimuth for Minmus. Minmus is 6 degrees inclined, Big Cheese. All you gotta do is wait till KSC crosses its orbital path and either fly with a flight azimuth heading of, I should probably jettison that. Fly with a flight azimuth of 84 or 96. You'll get there. Yeah. Way more efficient that way. In fact, you know what's a good idea, Big Cheese? A lot of people do this. Put a satellite in like a 500 by 500, or I don't know, like pick one, 300 by 300 circular orbit and call it MinSat, and just have it matched to Minmus's inclination. It'll be much easier to see where you're going. It'll be much easier to match than like zooming all the way out, you know? Stand by for Seco. $150 by $112. That's a little bit on the higher side, but we're all right. I need the science to get the parts that I need for the Intercontinental Station. Yeah. Yes, Hibbit. Yes, I do. You're right. 0.3 off. Not bad. We can make up for that. Yeah, Big Cheese, no problem. What's up, Barbie? The thing about lengthening this thing, Hibbit, and making it better is we're gonna need to get to a point where we start overclocking. We'd need to overclock the LVT 45s if we made the first stage bigger. Oh, baby. I'm gonna be close again. Yeah, we got this. Maybe I should put a docking port on one of these things and we should go get it. What about a triple core design? Why would I do that? I'd rather lengthen the first stage, Sebi. It'd be easier to get it, lengthen it. It'd be easier to get it to boost back and land. I mean, we could. I mean, but you know how it is trying to get 3 stages back. That's not fun. Yeah, JSP. Yeah, we could. Johnny, what's up, man? Does Kerbal construction work better if you utilize nodes? I would think that would probably be a good idea. Jeez. Nice. Yeah, there's a magnetometer on the stage. We have to do science data from around the surface of from around Kerbin. We'll transmit it. We can do that now. We'll get the rest of the science collected later when we bring the mission back. Good. One contract complete. Excellent. The magic number that we need, we have 76 science right now. We need 320. So we need 260 more science, give or take. Is that a landing gear? It wants me to test it. Okay, we are aligned to Minmus. Let's dial in the transminmus injection burn. Tab through. Get Minmus. The one that needs the Science Junior is that one. The one that we need to do on this mission for Mystery Goo is 150. It's retrograde, so we gotta... Our insertion is no good. We have to be over here somewhere.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Nova gifted a sub to Broken Spaghetti. That's lovely. Except for the fact that it's not. We can always adjust with the RCS, dude. I ain't worried. Stage is going to be about 10 meters a second delta V short, but that's all right. Okay, rates are all settled. Got to be cognizant of electrical charge here, dudes. I have solar panels on the front, Nick. 30 seconds. Five. Okay, we started our transmitter injection. Stand by for Seco. Should be about 10 delta V short. 20. Yikes. You bet. Concur. You don't need any more of these. All right. I'm going to separate the lander. We go for payload deploy. Got a good deploy. Pressurizing the RCS. Landing leg deploy. I know I could use an action group. I don't trust myself fat fingering the keyboard. I don't mind just doing it by hand. I'm sorry if that's annoying. Okay, good. Shut off our course control thrusters. Back over to straight fine control. Do we have mystery goo from here? That's worth nothing. Not even worth the experiment. Okay. I'm going to rotate the vehicle, solar panels into the sun. Yeah, Lagnad, me too. I just don't trust myself, man. Okay. Settle out the rates. Good. Rates are settled. You know, dudes, I used to think that these small monoprop thrusters were freaking useless. They're not. They're actually pretty good. And then one thing we got to do here before the stage runs out of power, I'm going to switch. Cannot switch while under acceleration. I'm not accelerating. Did you ever do a fully modded KSP run? This is modded. Like, no. Yeah, no. Probably not. I just... Now from up here, these tiny little thrusters should be able to make a little bit of a difference. No signal. Oh, she ran out of EC? Well, that stage is toast. Whatever. Not that big of a deal. Mark it as debris, onwards and upwards. Wait, why is this thing not turned towards the damn sun? Let's just do hibernate and warp just in case. Come on, give me the line of sight. Come on. It's right there. Come on. Come on. Do it. Come on. There we go. Okay, fire the engine for circularization. Just trying to do some modification here. To get us in the right orbit. That will get us close. Ah, yes, the Minmus. It is the Minmus. Sooner we can do this burn, the better. I just set up the maneuver node in a spot that's close. Why do you fly with the landing legs deployed? Does it matter? I don't know. The LEM deployed the legs after separation. I don't know. Just kind of cool. These legs are not, I really wish there was an option to just make a one-time deploy landing leg and not have them be retractable. Because it's very rare that you get retractable landing legs.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
We're gonna lose signal. Hey, Poison, 54-month resub. Thank you. Just got to decelerate a little bit. Got to see if we can do it before KSC. Got it. Should get us the tick. Not this again. It's glitched. All right. I don't like doing this way, but I'm gonna force complete the contract. Specific orbit of min-miss. Yep. There we go. I don't like doing that way, but hey, Yarg. Okay, so that's 1. Now we need to run the test. That's 2. Now we need to transmit science data from around min-miss. I'm just going to transmit some pressure data, get the science data contract, We're not doing the equatorial orbit mission, so now we are cleared to go down there and land. I don't have a Science Junior on me, that's why. So let's look at min-miss. Lower the Paramin. You ever cheated in games? No. I generally try not to. Cheating in games ruins the satisfaction of completing said game. I hate cheating. Pigeon. No, I'll never, that's just, I don't understand how someone gets satisfaction out of that, but it's actually kind of sad behavior. What about that one time we went force completed that contract? Yeah. Hey, JSP, what about that one time where you shut up? You got about that time? I'm quite fond of that time. You know what that means? Be quiet. You know what that means? That means shut up. Seen him hack gravity all the time. If you could hack gravity, you would. Don't lie.
Oh, this is space. I'm in
Iron
space.
Thomas, thanks for the gifted sub, man. Thank you. $20 by 18. Looking good. Reorient the vehicle so the solar panels are in the right direction. You know what? I want Mystery Goo from down on the ground, so let's reset that experiment. I just got home from school. What's the plan for the rest of the day? Gonna finish up this mission, then space news, and then finish up this mission, space news, and then I'm not sure what we're doing for after hours, but I plan on doing something. Hey, Etel, how's Kerbal and BF6? BF6 is good, Kerbal's good, everything's good, man. How are you? What's going on? Just about to do a min-miss landing. Alright, we got comms from KSC. Electrical charge is good. You ever look at Jack City again? Actually, muttered, Jack gave up on Los Ricos. I'm the mayor of that city now. He gave me the file the other day, so maybe we'll just finish that city. Yeah, he gave it to me on Monday. I don't know, Panta, maybe. Anyway, Etel, what's going on? 11 BF6 now, more than the beta, I think. I'm having a lot of no registers in Battlefield, Etel. Like, I get shot around corners and stuff, and I'm like, alright. Like, I'll be running around a corner, and I'll make it around the corner on my screen, but obviously the guy didn't see it on his screen that way. And that's fair. Like, I get it. Netcode, etc., etc. And I'm no stranger to no registers. I played Counter-Strike, right? Like, other than that, dude, it is a little bit of it's a good amount of fun, man. You got to see this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I've had other times where I shoot people in the head with a sniper rifle and nothing happens. Oh. Dude. Hold on. Headphone users. I want to listen to this. Headphone users. Headphone users. Hey. Oh, come on! How could you do that? Oh! They so did, Rob. That's bullcrap. That's sick, dude. No, they don't show explosion. They don't show the explosions anymore, guys, because freaking every time like they show one, all the main news like, oh, now this SpaceX rocket blew up. SpaceX has suffered a colossal setback. They've suffered the rocket exploded. It comes up, exploding is bad. Like, they don't get it, dude. So that's why I don't show them anymore. It sucks. Well, it's a colossal setback. Surely Elon Musk is gonna go bankrupt. It's like, bro, do you want that, or is that the truth? Because nah, that's not happening anytime soon. That's nah, that ain't happening. So yeah, they don't show the explosions anymore, and it kind of sucks. But anyway, good stuff, man. Good stuff. All right, here we go. Coming down in the Greater Flats. We still got good comms with KSC. They suffered a colossal setback. SpaceX, we're not going to get to the moon. Maybe we should use this other company that I've heard of to get to the moon. SpaceX rockets explode. You know what really gets me about that? Like, I usually don't listen to I don't mainstream news. Yeah, not with space. That's for sure. You know what gets me about that is like the conviction that they say it with. They're like, SpaceX has suffered a colossal setback when one of their rockets exploded. Surely that jeopardizes their lunar architecture. They're supposed to go back to, the SpaceX is set to, give NASA a lunar lander. And because this rocket, like they say it with such conviction, it's like, bro, you have no idea what you're talking about. Like, wow, Dunning-Kruger is real. All right, anyway, I'm gonna shut up. Let's get the radar altimeter up. See last. No, I'm landing. 4 kilometers at 137. Rates are looking good. 3 kilometers at 144. We'll begin powered descent here momentarily. Okay, PDI is on. 2,000 at 135 and decelerating. Cut down half throttle. 1,300 at 60. Deep throttling the engine. Less than a kilometer off the deck. Okay. Shutting down the motor. 840 off the deck at 12 meters a second. Hey, Nazlik. This is where the mint chocolate chip ice cream comes from. Yes, that's correct. $500 at 20. $300 at 25. Reignite. 150 at 12. Engine shut. $8 at 50. One final relight. $15. 5. 4. 3. 2. Touchdown. I love coming across things. I hate that so much, Vargon. Anyway. Yeah, I've seen the NSF footage, Panta. I've seen that before, yeah. Smooth landing. It was all right. Not bad. Shutting down the engine. All right. Let's get some science. Let's see what we can get from the mystery goo down here. I'll take the 30 science. Keep that experiment, dude. Collect. That goo is in op now. Let's get pressure data. 36. Yes. Keep experiment. Temperature. 24. Seismometer. 60. There's 130 science right there. That's good. What the hell is that? I landed within render range of one of my other stages. Didn't even do that on purpose. Cool. Yep, didn't do that on purpose. That's actually pretty rad. That's actually pretty cool. I was like, what is that? That's not a rock. What is that? I wasn't even trying to do that. What was that stage? I disposed of it. And you know what? I don't remember how that thing got. I don't remember how that got like that. I have no idea. Fun fact, that was an upper stage for the Octo 2 rocket. The upper stage for the Octo 2 rocket, I redesigned to end up being the lander. So, yeah. It ended up, instead of being an upper stage, I made it into a long-range lander instead. Geese and tipping? Yeah, maybe. Are you sure it's yours? Yeah, it has my serial numbers on it. Yep. Can you rescue it for a return? Why? Yeah, it's got my serial numbers on it. That's why you serialize your parts, chat. That's so cool. Get rid of that and get that crap off the screen. Minmus biome map. So we're over here. Yeah. And we got a good amount of science. We have, wait, what did the mystery goo get us? Hold on. I'll just reset this experiment. It got us 30, so we have 130 science on board. Made some cool progress on your Pad B model. I'll send it once it's finished rendering. Cool. What is Minmus in lore anyway? It's a captured comet in lore, Jackal. And if we just take a hop up here, we can get lowlands with the seismometer, and then mid, and then maybe even high if we go over there. Yeah, let's just hop up here real quick. All right, we got all the science that we needed to from here. So we are going to head 270 and just hop up that hill. All right, ready? And gotta turn on the engine first, moron. Oh, I was looking at it backwards. We're hopping up this hill. Boop. Good enough. Do we have reasonable comms? I probably should have checked that. Yeah, we're fine. Kerbal's still on the, low on the horizon. Good. What about electrical charge? Electrical charge is gravy. Just want to land up there. What was your favorite part of Flight 11? Re-entry. Orbital re-entry is amazing. We saw it, Nova, yeah. It's awesome, man. $3,400 at 70. Okay, first pulse the engine. Good, landing area has been established. 1900 at 45. $1,500 at 50. Coming down. 1 kilometer off the deck at 53, starting the descent burn. $600 at 30. Shutting down engine. 17 at 300. $200 at 21. Got a shadow, 30 meters at 2.5 descent. $15. One final pulse of the engine. And we're down. We got a touchdown in the Highlands. Okay. Or this is the Lowlands, excuse me. There it is. Good seismic data. That's another 60. Nice. Okay. Now we're right here. If we go just due south, we could get Midlands for the seismograph. Or seismometer, excuse me. We just got to land somewhere down here. And if I'm doing my math out right, we should, if we do that, we should have enough science to unlock what we want. How far are you from the gravioli detector in the EVA experiments kit? A little ways away. I don't think there's anything else we can get from here. We could do mystery goo from here, I suppose. Mystery goo from the lowlands. Yeah, let's keep it. Keep that experiment, collect it. If we could just make a quick hop over here, that's quick hop to Midlands and maybe even get Highlands as well, will be good. So I'm going to target like right there, so we just head due south. Okay, we are go for hop. 3, 2, 1, ignition. I got this under control, don't worry. Okay, cut off. Vehicle reorientation for landing. How much Delta V do you need to get back home? 500? 500 and change should do us right. Okay, here we go. 650 at 60. Okay. Principal deceleration was good. 500 at 37. $300 at 38. Initiating remaining deceleration. 200 at 20. $100 at 13. $3 at 40. $5, $4, $3. We came down a little fast. Hang on. We're on a slope. I reinitiated a hop. Just buy myself some altitude here. Okay, don't panic. Let's just go this way. Just had a little ways more due south. Okay. Let's try this again. It started to tip, guys. That's why I brought it back. $130 at 9. 100 at 10. Starting deceleration. 50 at 6. 40 at 5. 30 at 5. 10. Hang on. Hovering at 0.5, 5 meters off the deck. I don't think we got all of it, but I think I did get that seismic test, though, interestingly enough. Oh, I didn't hit keep experiment. This thing. You know what? I'm going over there. Ladder. Is there an easier way to do crew report things? Other than right-clicking on a crew and right-clicking on a capsule and hitting crew report? I don't think so, man. Yeah, action groups. Mutter's right. Action groups would probably do you right. This area looks flat. Let's go down here. Okay, I tried to get us over to flatter terrain. We're 500 off the deck here at 15 meters a second. $200 at 20, decelerating now. $100 at 6, 80 at 7, 50 at 4, 40, 30, 20 at 4.3, 10, 5. Touchdown. Much flatter. Rates look good. Vehicles not tipping. We're stable. Seismic data from the Midlands. Keep experiment. So we got Midlands right there. We could try to go for high. Highlands would just be south of here again. Right there. We do have the Delta V to do it, so... Let me just visually get the lay of the land. We need to aim for right there. So, by pitch. Okay. Let's do this again. Ready? Gonna do one more hop here for Highlands, and then we'll get out of here. Let's check KSP KSC comms. Oh, it's still on the horizon. We're more than good. Let me just double check my camera again. That's where I'm aiming for. It's this the little tip right here. We're aiming right there. If we can get Highlands, that will give us a lot of science. All right, so 3, 2, 1, ignition. Okay, we pulsed the engine off the ground. Okay, good burn. There's a mod that lets you map out the terrain and look for biomes via satellite tech instead of having to go to a website. Okay. Okay, 500 at 39. $300 at 27. $200 at 9. Yeah, this is a lot of engine for this application. Okay, 85 at 5. $40 at 7. 20 at 5. 15 at 3. 10 at 1.5. 5, 4, 3, touch. Stable. Did we get to the Highlands? Yes. We got Highlands, man. All right. I got more seismometer from Highlands. That's really good. Very nice. So we have 60 plus 4 plus 6 plus 30. So that's about 100 science, give or take. 124, 150, 210, 270, 300, 305, 305 science, man. Is 45 degrees the most saving way to get anywhere? What? No. Yeah, okay, so I missed a 10 in there. So yeah, 315. That's good, man. That's really good. We could try to get slopes if you want. It's not that far. I don't think I have slopes with the seismograph, dude. I'd be able to get it if we like land right at the edge. What's the yellow dot to the west? On the map. Flats. I have flats already, dude. It'd be cool to put a base in there, though, Mutter. Huh? That'd be pretty sick. Alright, let's take off. And... I burned much too long. We're trying to land as close as we can to the ridge. It didn't give it to me. It didn't give it. You suck. You know how hard that was? Pack everything up. You know, I'm out of here. Getting out of here. Screw this place. Leaving. Trying to get the slopes biome? Yeah, we should have. We were on a slope. Dang it. I'm sure there's a better place to do it. I was only trying to do it because it was close to where we were. But yeah, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Stupid Minmus. Margins are low. Let's get this thing home. Now we're running out of Delta V, guys. That was good. We did a lot of hops with this thing. This is a absolute science machine, dude. $154. There we go. Good. So 9 days, 1 hour. KSC will be basically right there. It'll be on the opposite side. So we are. So 1 hour is a sixth of a rotation. So if a third is about there. All right, let's put the PE right there. Third would be from here. No, 1 hour is a sixth of a rotation. So yeah, we're gonna come down like right here if we do this burn. I come down over water, but it doesn't matter. Oh, Kerbin rotated. So it's 9 hours and 35 minutes. Ooh. 9 days, 0 hours. Huh. Yeah, that one's gonna come down over land. Probably in this desert-ish biome. I'm not sure I'm okay with that. Hey, Jackal.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Just wanted to say hi to everyone, that is all. You can go back to playing KSP now. Thank you for your attention on this matter, everyone.
Okay. Bye-bye, Minmus. Kerbin? Kerbin? There it is. Yakko. Yo, what up, KSC? Yeah, like I said, right in the desert-ish area. I mean, yeah, not bad. Magnetometer from high above Kerbin? Oh. Anything up here? Anything up here? Anything up here? Can't log seismic data. Well, alright. Close the pod bay doors. Could have probably done this at an earlier time, but that's okay. I just don't want to come down on. I want the capsule to splash down, so I'm going to aim for that cove. Okay, we are go for capsule separation. Goodbye, lander. And this thing has wheels on it, so we're going to reorient. So long, Mel. Have a good trip. Frick you! Bye-bye. Really brings it home, huh? Baron, I think that thermal protection system fared very well, considering it had meter-sized holes in it. Okay, we're ballistic. Chutes are armed. If you hear explosions, it's the lander burning up. It's over there somewhere. Oh, bye-bye. Like that. Bye-bye. Heat shield's doing work. Yeah, it still wasn't enough. We were gonna land over here somewhere. YouTube chat says hi, by the way, Jackal. We just got to be careful coming down in these hills, man. It shouldn't be that big of a problem, but... yeah, we have a little bit of a skip, but we're all right. We lost signal? We're not out of BC. We should have acquisition through Tidris here in a moment. Yeah, there we go. It came back. Oh, look, it came back. See, we're bouncing the signal over the horizon and back to KSC. We did one heck of a skip off that thing, didn't we? Okay, we're suborbital. Well, not technically, but... I hate not splashing down. I hate landing on land. It's so annoying. My prob's flying backwards. We're backing up. Okay, it's not distracting at all. Man, these things didn't skip like this last time. It must have been that burn that we did, the adjustment burn. See, if I didn't adjust it, we would have came down in these mountains over here. I don't want that. I don't know. We might make it to the other side. Can you see water down there? Oh, wow. You guys can see it way better than I can. On this monitor, it's superbly dark. Let's aim for the lake. Random question. Without using engines, how low can you go in altitude and still skip? It depends on the aerodynamics of your vehicle, dude. Man, this thing just wants to sail forever, dude. Man, I was trying to do this quick because we got to start space news. What the hell? Look at that thing, man. Interesting mechanism. Perfect trajectory if you wanted a gentle aero brake. Yeah, it was a nice aero brake. We cooked that heat shield, man. Hey Forge. What's up? Saw you were playing BF6 yesterday. Love the stream. Do you recommend that game? Yeah, Battlefield's fun, dude. If you want to kill time. I like it, but dudes, I enjoy the heck out of it. Battlefield is fun. Just look, man. Nobody, like, some of you guys want to watch Battlefield. The vast majority of you guys don't want to watch Battlefield. I could play that game all day. But I'm not sure that's the best content for you guys. So, I mean, I love it. And if I could get a good amount of viewers playing it right now, I'd do it. But people don't show up for Battlefield, man. Nice, I skipped us into this sea right here. Have you ever played the KSP mod RP1? Yes, I've played it. Not on stream. No, I don't really feel like it. Big dog. But anyway, it's fun. It's a good time. Might want to do it for after hours and just kind of see where it gets us. But, yeah, it's a good game. I could play it a lot, but once again, like, I don't know, man. I don't really get much out of it. Like, it's running and gunning, and then you win, and it feels great when you win. It feels terrible when you lose. Like,
Discovery, go and throttle up.
it's a human condition, man. I think my time would be better served by doing cool stuff like this. But I don't know, man. You guys tell me. You want to see Battlefield? I'll play Battlefield. I'm pretty good at it. Except last night, I was not good at it. Maybe we'll just play it for after hours because the racing rig is broken. So I can't really do summer car right now. I'm gonna try to get out here tomorrow morning and fix that stupid thing. Hit marker sound equals neuron activation. You should try some other mods. No? Oh, in Battlefield. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Good, we got out to the water. Change the seating position so you don't make a permanent temporary fix. Well, I want to, yeah, there are some things that I want to do, like being able to adjust the angle of the seat. I want to make it adjustable with like threaded rod and stuff. So, yeah, might need some time. Maybe we should play GTA this week or something for racing while I'm fixing it. Or better yet, maybe I'll just fix it on Friday night. I gotta kind of think about how I want to design the damn thing, though, you know? Can parachutes really deploy supersonic at 18 kilometers? Drogue chutes, yeah, if they're designed to do that, sure. Man, what a skip. That was an awesome skip. That was pretty cool. We managed to get further in empathy than you have. I was heading up to the last food job the night before my first rally when I got hit by the train. Yep. Bro's dying. Here is escalation. Escalation supports 64 players, 32 versus 2. Takes conquest as concept and ramps it up further. Instead of 5 control points, there's 7. In order to score a point, a team must hold the majority of these control points until a meter fills up over time. Once the meter hits 100%, your team scores a single point. As the battle progresses, the number of capture points reduces, shifting front lines in key combat areas, forcing you and your squad to evolve your strategy. First team to score 3 points wins. It's actually kind of cool. The visual mod shady face on this one. Yep, she's just coming back down. There's one of the drogues. Oh, they're not in symmetry. Yeah, they are. It just didn't take over as symmetry. That's fine. A stream working on the racing rig sounds like a good time. Yeah, I gotta figure out how I want to do it though, Rares. But yeah, I think I got some cool ideas. So I want to make it adjustable. I want to make it so you could adjust the angle of the seat cushion. So if you want to race like a more Formula 1 style, you can angle it up more and have your knees like basically right at the steering wheel. I'd like to put that adjustability into that rig. I think that would be cool. Or you could bring it down if you want it to be like a regular car, depending on what we're racing. I think that would be pretty sick. We have main chute deploy. Cut the drogues, we don't need those. Yeah, we could weld some nuts and bolts together. I could make a new frame for it. The base frame of that racing rig is actually not too bad. It's not bad, but yeah. And the other thing I would like to do is put plates for caster wheels so I can pick it up like a wheelbarrow when I want to move it. Will you use a car seat on the racing rig? I already have a car seat, Luiso. Dude. Not just a car seat. That's a car seat from a 1982 Supra. Yeah, makes you go faster. Yeah, I have a Mark II Supra seat. Yeah, it makes you go faster, right? You for all-out warfare. It's both conquest. It could be conquest or escalation. That's good. Should put that seat in the Satsuma. Nah, I'm good. All right, we can just time warp this part. $40, $30, $20, $10, $5. Splashdown, baby. All right, let's recover, see how much science we got. Another successful mission. All right, what did we get out of that one? 315 science, 405 total. Yeah, baby. Oh, I kind of want that solar panels. Where is the gravioli detector? No. No, that's fuel cells and batteries. That's better relays. There's those. It's the bigger RGU. Oh, there it is. So scanning tech. Yeah, it is right there. The gravioli detector will get you lots of science. We would need scanning tech. Nice, I have the car that seat goes in. All right, Jason, there you go. So we need 550 for that. I could unlock this and we could get the fluid spectrovariometer. What happened to the larger fairings and flags? I mean, we could do that, but sometimes going for the science is really good idea, dude. Yeah, science to get more science always pays. I mean, I'm pretty sure the Sentinel telescope can give you some good stuff if you send it helio. Sad day last night, you killed Jeb? Oh no. Surface scanning module is good for scanning for ores, and same with the survey scanner. I'm not sure those things give you science, though. I don't really remember. The fluid spectrovariometer, though, that absolutely will. You can run atmospheric analysis, and it'll give you some good data. They don't give science, yeah. The spectrometer does, though. What I wanted to unlock is this one, and so that one, and what was the other one? No. That one would have been good, but the arm gives science. Yeah, the scanning arm. Can you scan stuff around Kerbin with that, Jacka? I forget. Yeah. Cool. Why are metal plates so far in the tech tree? That's so stupid. Not a lot, but it adds up. The other thing was the robotic pivot, so it was those two to make the intercontinental ground stations. I don't know. Maybe we should just unlock these. We can always do another Minmus mission. Tally up what we don't have and unlock another 300. It's not a big deal. So, you know what? I think that's what I'll do. Let's unlock that. And let's unlock the actuators. 38 Gs to unlock those. 39 to unlock those. We're good. Cool. Still got 85 science left over. It's not gonna be, wouldn't be much to get more of these things. Yeah, so that means if we wanted to do the solars, we only need 215 more science. That's no big deal. That's one lunar hop mission. I'm holding off on bigger rocket parts right now. So we have 700 Gs. Any facilities we can update here? Updating the SPH is $450, 600. Nah, I don't want to update both of those things. Guessing you got all the science around KSC as best as we can, yeah. We done the full science grind around KSC, yeah. Yeah, as best as we can, Jaka, yeah. Not fully upgraded, but we need 1.1 million to do it. I don't really need to upgrade mission control right now. No, but speaking of that, we should probably go check it before we log off. We'll pop over to Space News here momentarily. The stupid panels. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Whatever. They were just for show anyway. There we go, the Intercontinental Ballistic Ground Tracking Station. Next episode, we're gonna launch those things. And we also got the 2.5 flag. So we'll launch those initially, and then we'll launch them initially, and then I don't know what we'll do. Figure out a way to get a plane out there to upgrade them. I did put a docking port on them so they could be upgraded. That was on purpose. But we never, that mission mode save never got that far. Alright, so we got that, and then we got the A200. We unlocked the whole A200, which is pretty cool, but yeah, plane parts. Launch them from a cannon, make a shenanigan, just, you know. Took me 3 hours to debug why my arms weren't copied correctly. Turned out my pivot point was screwed up. So much wasted time. Origin point for parts is really, really, really important, Chaz, when you're duplicating parts. Also, in CAD, they're very, very, very important. The origin transform is very important for depending on how parts rotate. If you have a rotated part or a part that's animatable, the origin point makes a big difference.
Discovery.
Bastardo, 30-month resub. Let's check contracts. Then, depending on what contracts are there, Nova, we'll go from there. What are we? Whoa, hello. Dock 2 vessels. Build a surface outpost on the moon with the mobile processing lab on the outpost and a viewing cupola. Oh gosh. We want you to send us science data from the surface of Minmus. Collect 50% of the surface deployed mystery goo observation science on Minmus. Whoa. That's a lot. Yeah, that's gonna take a while because mystery goo canisters are not That surface deployed mystery goo mission uses cargo mystery goo kits that work over time. Yeah, it's a surface experiments package, isn't it? Yeah, we need the next thing we got to do is the ground stations, guys. At least for operations around the moon and Minmus. That's the next episode. That's what we're doing. Anyway, good stuff, dudes. All right. So, what time is it? It's 5:30, half past. That's going to do it for part 11 here. Capsule works great. Did another hopper mission. Unlocked the stuff that we need for the ground tracking stations. We're going to do the ground tracking stations tomorrow. We'll launch those bad boys. And yeah. It should be good, man. It's gonna be pretty fun. I mean, I'd prefer to just build a plane that drops it out the back, but we don't have those parts yet. This is why in mission mode I made it so you kind of had plane parts to start so you could build airplanes, because part of the requisite rules was to go and recover your stuff. So Yeah, I think after the ground tracking stations, yeah, let's, we'll start planning a mission. How many stations do you think you need? 3? 3 should be fine. Yeah, 3 shouldn't be that big of a deal. Okay, so guys, I'm going to take a quick break here, and then we will start the Space and Rocket review on YouTube. The VOD's going to end, and another one will pop up here in about 25 minutes. I'm going to go make sure that Bree and Titan are good to go. And yeah, I will be back for Space News. We got to talk about, people have been wanting to talk about Starship all day and Super Heavy, so that's what we're going to do. I'll see you guys in about 20 on Twitch. There's going to be no loss of signal. Just going to play some tunage for a little bit, and I'll be back. I'll see you guys in about 20. Thank you very much for watching. Be back in a moment.